Yeah, man. I'm not gonna play it, Smokey. Why would I play it? Alright, well, thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for coming by. You guys are fucking awesome. We had a great day today, you know, just doing our own things. Lots of reading today. We read like 45 fucking thousand words. It was insane, but it was a good time. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! There's this meme about snow. I'm going like, ah! Well, he uses his reavers.
In many ways more robust.
It's like a cackling.
I'ma
eat your minerals, bitch!
Really hard to rush anything.
Oh, is he gonna lose it?
Yeah, this is.
Oh, and he juked it.
Popularity here.
Oh, and then he wound up not getting away.
Observers.
Eating alien brains? Indeed, I am eating alien brains.
I'm assuming that he wanted
I'm actually eating human innards. You know?
Yeah.
If you know, you know. The Rick and Morty spaghetti episode. In that universe, anyone who dies turns into the most, like their insides turn into the most delicious spaghetti. But yeah, that stuff goes hard. VR, like group activities in VR goes freaking hard. Never really been a fan of VR myself to like, or like had any will to like use it or do it or anything like that. It's just the technology doesn't seem there yet. It's still like a 5-year thing for me. I know it's really like I'm terrible at promoting myself, but I'm great at promoting other people. I wish I was so good at promoting myself, but I feel cringe promoting myself. I love promoting other people. You don't have to be Brandon Sanderson level to make it. But I mean, Callie, like, you don't have to be that level to make, like, a couple $100,000 a year from your writings. You don't need to make millions of dollars. Soma's the killer! And without Sulky there, you'll never know who's better, Sulky or Soma, because they never really fought. Love an underdog story? Hell yeah. This entire tournament's been about underdog stories. Barracks is an underdog. The 4-time champion who was going for his 5th time got kicked out. Artosis is Canadian now because his wife is Canadian. And he lives in Prince Edward Island. So he's one of us. He is a true... He's American who went to Korea, who found a Canadian wife, who moved to Canada. And this would be just, this upset would be so crazy. And it's kind of nice, you know, a lot of, in all the days of ASL we've never really seen GG, and Light has been kicked out. He is gone, and Larva is into the round of 8. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always! So remember, guys, you guys are fucking awesome. Thank you for coming around, sticking around, hanging out, having some fun, and after everything, you're still you. That takes some power. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Started with this. I think for a test, it definitely worked. Dude, this reminds me of doing stop motion with Legos as a kid. I used to do this in high school all the time. And then Queen was like, why don't you do it? And I was like, you know what? Let's do it. Because of their affection. Quintus Sulpicius, Ugramus, and Licinia Jernuria, his unfortunate parents. Again, like we were saying earlier, like the amount of the fascinating things that humans have done, and the fact that we're still in a place where we, like, as the general public, or at least how it's perceived, is like terrible, evil, and bad. But I still think that's a fabricated reality, and I think in general, people are better than worse. Style and like quality of the genre at this point is. And I think I can do better. No way. Mustard? There is mustard flavor?
Really big inside.
They're jousting, they knock the guy over, and then the guy goes over to like you know, be like, oh, are you okay? And then he goes, cuts his head off or something like that. And it's like an ultimate reveal for which characters they are. I wonder if you can look up how many exposures per action or something. Well, it's usually just a general feeling, right? And it's like, it depends on how much you're doing, because I'm using 5 frames. Like, what language is it? It's like, why? Yo, how's it going, everyone? We back again. It's another day. How's everyone doing today? Oh, we managed to write chapter 3. We're on a fucking roll here, guys. This shit's epic. I might have to, like, I'm considering maybe changing some things, but like you know, it's on the page. We can figure it out as we go through, right? I really need to get down to the point of just fucking getting the manuscript done. And then we can go back and do all the other things. 'Cause, like, I know the basics, but I don't know the details, right? Like, I could be like, okay, at this point in time, this is a bonding point between two characters, and they tell some sort of, like backstory thing that makes you, like, feel for the character. But I don't know what that backstory is yet. The only, like, traumatic stuff for characters is, like, stuff that's happening right now, right? Like, each person has a counterpart character that has a role in some sort of drama. Whether that be, like, a friend, a lover, a family member, you know, something like that, a connection, a coworker. Somebody that'll put them in a position that, you know, compromises their current existence in some way. Plus having, like, a rival, like an actual rival character on top of that. And it's like, weave all that together into their backstory in some way. But we have, like, 37 characters that we have to make eventually throughout the thing. So I'm like, let's just do the manuscript, get the entire story down. Once we have the story down and solidified, then we can figure out, okay, where are the holes that we can go back to and be like, we need to fill these with these things. And then we don't have, you know, it's like reverse engineering the continuity of the characters, in a way, right? It's like, I know what the characters kind of basic want to be, like, for instance, the tank, right? Or like Dilip or Stoner. Like, Stoner starts off as, like, basically a happy-go-lucky, like, OnlyFans 19-year-old chick and turns into, like, a jaded, badass fucking, like, dommy mommy, basically, right? And then Dilip is, like, starts off as, like, basically a badass fucking epic spy warlord dude, and turns into, like, a I don't want to say a little bitch, but, like, he goes from, like, a hardened and strong man who don't give a fuck about shit to being like, you know what, maybe I want to change things, like, after interacting with, like, Stoner Girl and everyone else, and, like, you know, being like, maybe, because, like, he's thinking to, like, Dilip's thinking to himself, I'm the leader guy who built the machine at the end, and he's like, I don't want to be that guy. I've seen what that guy is. I don't want to be that guy anymore, right? And it's like, that's his journey of his characters. It's like, I have that kind of down, but, like, other than that, the details of the characters are just up in the air. I'm gonna make a mini of my characters for my book. Nice, Happy. Hello, President Scotty. True, Ozzy. But the unfortunate thing is, I am now, President Scotty will never know that message, because by the time you type that message, President Scotty is gone. It's like I was thinking yesterday, so I always have this thought about, I'm gonna take this token, then I'll say this thought. 3, 2, 1, toke! Using Hero Forge, is that like a 3D printing company? Like you do the designs, then they print them out? Open the window for a second, it's like, what? All that pollen and shit just flies right in your face. But yeah, the idea is, can your brain experience death? Because your brain just dies. It doesn't, you can't like process death. Because like, how can you process when literally the definition of dead is you can't process anymore? Right? So if it takes 3 to 7 seconds for your brain to process stuff, then you would just instantly just cease to exist to yourself, right? There wouldn't be a moment of, oh, I am experiencing death. You would just simply be dead. So going out fast is the best way to go, because going out slow, right? You're going to experience everything except the actual death itself. It's like, oh, I'm just waiting to experience death. It's like, well, you're just torturing yourself, bro. You might as well just die. So then, this begs the question, because this is where the thought comes from, right? If your brain can't experience death because it's already dead, thus it can't process the actual experience itself, when you revive someone, or someone has like a near-death experience or something like that, what is that? Is that just like your brain knowing that you're dying, so it like tries to like fake itself out of it in a way? I don't know. These are the questions that keep me up at night, guys. I was up till like 9 in the morning, and then I had a fucking D&D meeting at 12. I was like, why can't I sleep? And my brain's like, well, you know, if you take these numbers and multiply them, and then add them together, and then divide them, they're the same number. And I'm like, yeah, it's because the formula of this fucking same thing, idiot! My fucking brain, sigh. It's gonna take longer. I'm back in 40 minutes. No worries, Ozzy. It's all good, my man. It'll probably be, probably about an hour and a half or so until your stuff is read, so no worries, man. I'll just make sure you're back before we start it up. It is what it is. Don't prioritize me, prioritize your lives. Because without your lives, you can't watch me, so take care of yourself. You know? I want you guys to be long-time viewers, you know? In 10 years from now, when I have an average of 40 viewers, I want you guys to still be here. 3, 2, 1. And I have like 7 books written. 3, 2, 1, talk. Oh, Jesus. All right. So, one of the main points that comes out of this is how each of these countries operates, right? How Legion, Techno, and Menos all work. All under one simple premise. Perceived democracy. Where the people believe that they have power, and, you know, they go through the rituals of enacting that power, but nothing ever actually, like, happens. You know, you kind of listen to the people, but you're like, we don't, we, like, 20% listen. Just enough to get them to be like, oh, we didn't know you were talking about that. We just did this one thing. And they're like, well, at least you did that. Right? It's kind of like this is a united connection thing between all three of the nations. So at first, it's supposed to be like, this is like, oh, this is like, for instance, as a reader thing, oh, this is the interpretation of, you know, the way of existence of civilization by the author. And then as you get further through it, you're like, wait, I don't think this is an interpretation. I think this is a fucking conspiracy. And then, of course, it is, because, you know, the leader of Legion and the leader of Techno are best friends, and in order to escape everything, they created Menos. So it's like, their structure of government and, like, their ideology and everything is ingrained into the base of the civilization. So it's like, you know, whoever designed these had a very common idea between them. Well, it was because it was the same people that did it. And that you're supposed to get that feeling throughout it until it's, like, revealed, and then it's like, oh my god, okay. Now I see exactly what's going on here, right? It's like, aha, okay. Okay, I didn't see that. But the whole point is that you're supposed to, right? You're supposed to be able to infer it. Because it's one of those things where it's like, it's something to be said for being obscure, but only for a set amount of time, right? Like, you want to, like, I think about it this way, right? If you open up with a character, and you drop the character's backstory and all their shit right off the bat, no one gives a fuck. Because no one's invested in the character and no one cares. But if you drop the backstory halfway through the book, now everyone is invested and cares about that character and has been asking these questions and begging for this information for like half the book. And now they're finally like, oh my fucking god, finally, they're explaining everything! Oh my god, it's so good! Right? But it's like, I want to build where you could be like, hey, I think this is what's going on. I think this is what's going on. And then it's like, there's the different avenues of I want you to think one thing, and then I'm going to surprise you with something else. And then it's like, I'm trying to hide this, but I still want to show the connections. And if you're smart enough and you connect the dots, then when it's finally revealed, you can be like, ah, ha, I knew it. I fucking goddamn knew it. That's the feeling I want to give people. And it's like that spectrum will bounce back and forth throughout the information, throughout the book, for everything, right? Same with, like, and that main backstory is, like, Dilith's backstory is, like, why he's so good at, like, what he's doing. And he's like, well, I'm a fucking warlord. I literally spent the first 27 years of my life, because my fucking parents sold me into slavery, making bricks. And then I worked my way up. We had a war. I fought in the war. I earned my place. I was smart, I learned, I fucking, you know, worked my way to the top, I became ruthless and unstoppable, everyone feared me, and then I was a fucking warlord on top of all shit, and then I got dropped here. I'm like, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Oh yeah. 3, 2, 1, go! Well, it's a bad thing that he's in a dead body. He's like, that's a very alarming, confusing thing, is the fact that, like, this isn't my body, and it appears to be very much so dead. That's a little fucked up. And that's where it's like, it's kind of a loophole at the fact that Stoner Girl's not dead, but then that's the miracles of the goddess. There's gonna be a little bit of miracle play there. Like, again, like I said, like, because of the goddess's limited interaction and confined consciousness, I don't know if she has the power to... Because if she had the power to enact things, she could just astral project and do anything, right? So I kind of want her to be on a limited consciousness level, same with the main character. So it's like, she used to be an omnipotent god being on, like, the 8th dimension, and now she's stuck inside of this vessel. And it's like a complete fucking downgrade. As if, like, you literally turned off all your senses and now you're trying to walk across the street, right? And you have no idea what the fuck is going on. And you can't stop anything from happening. And she's pissed about that. So I still have to figure out how to write that in the 4th one, because she doesn't want to give it away, right? But she's just, like, very fucking aggressive, like, passive-aggressive towards Stoner. And Stoner's like, I don't even know what's going on, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, I just want to get high and chill with my friends, not go to college and shit. And now I'm, like, doing this. Same with, like, because the 4th chapter will also be her smoking for the first time, which will mean... And I don't know... I still don't know how the first thing is going to be. I think the fact that the seed was in the mouth of Stoner Girl when the goddess was put inside of the Stoner Girl, so thus the goddess's consciousness in some way affected the seed and enhanced it. And having that one seed enhanced with magic starts the chain reaction that allows the phage plants to cast magic. And at first, it'll kind of be like, oh, you think only Stoner Girl can cast, but then it's like, oh no, anyone can. And then when you find out that anyone can, and then you find out that miracles don't work anymore, well, now you've just found a replacement magic, right? And that's going to be like a new resource people are going to be fighting over, so that has to be something that has to be kept, like, under the ropes, right? Like, if people know about this, people learn about this, like, there are people that are going to be trying to attack us, people that are going to be trying to steal this shit, people that are going to be trying to do their own stuff. The only advantage they have is the fact that Stoner Girl is the only one, because of the goddess, who just, once smoking, instantly knows what the spell is. But the problem is, doesn't know the spell until smokes it. So you could just have, like extra spells lying around that you don't know what these are, like, unidentified spells that haven't, like, fully budded yet. But the entire maturation and, like genetic breeding cycle of the plants is something that's something I'm going to do research with AI, because I have, like, no idea how that actually works, and I want it to be somewhat, at least, accurate. And that's a good thing about AI, because if it hallucinates, like, fake shit, well, that's just extra ideas for creativity, essentially, right? Because it's not like it has to be real, or I even want it to be 100% real, because it's a completely different world with a fucking strange-ass, weird, fucked-up plant. Then eventually, if someone hasn't put this together yet, after talking about the phage plant, the phage plant is clearly a genetically, like, technologically modified plant. Like, this is not a natural occurring plant. Like, this plant is, like, fucking on steroids, dude. Like, everything about this plant, like, screams intervention, like, human intervention. And then you find out, well, yeah, that's because they designed and made the plant as a means of, like, food production. It's like, hey, how do we make a cotton candy hamburger? Well, we use this plant. And we get, you know, these combinations of things, and then this plant will produce this flower, and then we use, like, the pollen or the sap or the the stem of the flower or whatever, and then it has that flavor, and then, or we use it as, like, a dye or a flavor or something like that, right? And it's like, they're literally using plants, and biology to, like, create, like, artificial, like, flavors and artificial things like that in, like, techno, because it's, like, a lot easier to do than just, like, machine factoring, like, brand new particles. It's safer for you because the biology does it itself. And that's, like, a huge thing about the phage plants, where I did this overview of, like, why are the phage plants the way that they are, and then, like, an explanation for how they're used in, like, all three of the societies, basically. But when you get to techno, you get to see, like, the origins of it and, like, where it came from, what it originally was, and why it does what it does, and that's why it's so potent with it. The only question, again, becomes, why did the original seed get infused with magic, which is the goddess, which, again, comes around back to the end of the story, when the goddess gets released and the main characters to fight the goddess. And all of that comes, like, comes from the fact that in the background there are a lot of, like, the connections, like we were talking about at the beginning, between Menos, Legion, and Techno, that's, like, very head-scratching. Like, they have this common foundation. even though they have opposing ideologies and stuff like that, and it's not necessarily manufactured hate, but it is in a way to keep the people at, you know, distracted, right? Like, you don't want them figuring all this shit out that you're doing and trying to come at you, right? That's the last thing you need, is like a civil war in the middle of all of this experimenting that's going on. Because that's one of the main reasons people are gonna, like, start turning against it, is, like, finding out that, like, the zombies are actually dead soldiers, like, they've been taking people off of the front lines, the war is only there to facilitate corpses for the machine, and it's like, okay, when the people figure this shit out, they start going batshit fucking crazy. And that's when, you know, Stoner Girl starts actually becoming the hero, as opposed to someone that everyone's like, man, why are you fucking with the system? We've been living like this forever. Why are you being like this? And Stoner Girl's like, because you guys are under some fucked up shit here, man. You gotta pull your heads out of your asses. Like, come on, man. What the fuck is going on? 3, 2, 1, toke. Yo, Jam, what's up? What you doing? What you at? What you got, my man? How's your day going today? Welcome, welcome. We talking about god powers and magic, huh? Yup! Connection between all of the cities. Because this chapter... Excuse me. This chapter is supposed to be, like, revealing the, like, shadowy, ominous bad guy, as well as, like, roots to the idea that there could be a conspiracy. And, ever considered a story where magic is like an illness and is spread like the flu or an STD? You'll try to avoid getting it because of the power you get. The usual flu stuff like diarrhea or vomiting or painful discharge. Eventually your body creates antibodies to resist a particular strain of magic virus. Dude, Gem, that is fucking... Can I steal that? That's amazing. I love that. It's like, imagine, so I think of it in the way of, like, think about, like, leprosy, right? There are technically good things to leprosy, right? It's not good, but, like, the ability for you to, like, that you're not feeling the pain of your body completely eating itself alive, I think that's a positive part of leprosy, right? The fact that you still significantly function, just, like, barely, but you still do, you know, is another thing too, right? It's like, you're good to go until you literally drop dead. So it's like, okay. You know. So I kind of think of it as something like that, right? Like, you get these bonuses from it, but are these bonuses really worth it? Is it something you want to contract yourself, or is it just something that if you happen to get, it's like, well, it is what it is, right? So you could definitely play off of that, and then have you, like, different strains, and you have, like, leper colonies, and you have, like, resistance people, and then you have, like, you know, the guy who's been through everything, who has, like, every strain of magic, and you could have it so, like, if you're resistant to the magic, that kind of magic doesn't affect you. So it's like, this guy is literally immune to, like, every strain of magic that's ever existed. So, like, magic doesn't affect him. And he's, like, a big fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger dude with, like, a gun or a sword. And he just, like, literally starts taking everybody else out because, like, nobody can fuck with him. Also, you can have people who don't take medication and want to keep collecting viruses to get powers. Oh, I never even thought about having a medication for it. You could, like, prolong it and, like, time it out. It'd be like, I think of it like a time counter in a video game of, like, you have a certain amount of time throughout the game to, like, use this OP power. The longer you use it, the more the scale goes up. If the scale hits the top, you just die. And you can turn it on and off, so you're just, like, you know some shit's gonna go down tomorrow, so you don't take your medication the night before. People with cancer can be extra powerful. Yeah, that'd be, like, crazy. And you have like, because now I'm thinking, so you have a foundation that's like Make-A-Wish Foundation, and it's literally a giant like psyop by the government just to make sure that people that are terminally ill with like really fucked up diseases that give you like these insane powers don't go crazy and basically just destroy the world. And it's like there's no real villain in the book. It's just trying to like stop, like, you know, that one guy who's just like on the verge. He knows he's gonna die. He's an asshole. He's like, I'm taking the entire world with me. And the entire book is just trying to stop those people from, like, destroying the world. But there's no, like, ever, like, long-term, like, backstory. Like, it's always just, like, the common shit that someone at the end of the line would be like, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna take everyone with me. Also, the cops can carry darts with medication to stop crazy people. Oh, you could be, like, you could have people that go around and, you know, you like spike people's food with the medication and then you attack them later and they don't realize that like they can't use their powers anymore and you like overpower them. Dude, you could do so much with this jam. I love this shit. This is why I love talking about ideas and just like brainstorm about stuff, because I'm just like, the more your brain is full, the more it has the opportunity to connect other things. Also, flu season can be crazy or people lose their shit. Yeah, it's like the purge part of like, hey yo, how we all doing? Yo, what's up, Salty? How's it going? I saw your message, Salty, but I haven't read it yet. And I didn't know if you wanted to talk about it on stream or not. Ads, though, I'll be right back. Ads! Where are the ads? Not here no more. Bye-bye, ads! Fuck you, ads! 3, 2, 1, toke! Which is like, I was just thinking, Jam, for Stoner Girl Evolution, maybe zombieism is a disease, and that's how they play it off. So it's like, once people start to find out that the zombies are dead bodies from the front lines, when people start to, like, recognize people after the amount of zombies that they're sending after them. Who won StarCraft yesterday? I fell asleep. Salty, it went to game fucking 7. And, okay, it was fucked up, dude. No game went past, like, 13 minutes. Soma, 4 pooled, and 1. Soma sent 4 fucking drones to attack a command center first and harass. And, like, the build is, like, a pool follow-up with Zerglings, so Flash built a bunker and 2 Marines, and the attack never came. Soma double expanded, went mass fucking Mutalisks and just destroyed Flash. Then it was the 7th game. The 7th game, right? Because Flash won 2 games after that. It was 3-3. We're going to the 7th game, and what does Soma do? What does Soma do? Soma sends 4 fucking drones across the map. Flash doesn't build a bunker, and Soma sends 8 lings and wins the fucking tournament. Fucking goddamn cinema. You could see the hesitation on Flash's face, like he went to build the bunker and then canceled it. His face at the end was like... That was his last ASL, that was his last chance, and that was the way that he went out. It was so sad, but it was like, that's how you have to beat Flash. You can't play Flash's game. Mind game school shooter beats Flasher every time. God beats penis. No, it was absolutely insane. Oh my god. That's gonna go down as probably the best ASL of fucking all time. So, is that world building? But we gotta think of the main character and the main plot, like an EMT who discovers a plot by a shadow government to create the ultimate virus, which gives people powers, but also someone else with a different virus, a mutated version, to control those people. Okay, Jam, I was just thinking, how about, like, someone like an intern, but he's, like, very enthusiastic, and he's, like, he's, like, the top of his class, and he's, like, in this, like biotech firm where they're basically like, like studying protein folding and stuff like that. And he's just like, feels like he's being like he's not being pushed, he's not being challenged, and like he's not being taken seriously. So he starts to like study some of like the, like upper level, science documents and stuff, and like basically starts to like make his own stuff. And when he starts to do that, he starts to realize what the actual project is and what like the implication of combining these types of folded proteins. And he's just like, wait, if you did that, this would go like that, and that would kill like something like that would like kill everyone's ability to like critically think or something like that, like fucking fluoride or something like that in the water. An intern is good. That way you can describe the virus to the reader, but what he says day to day. Yeah, and you can have it be something where it's like he's not supposed to, but he has the access, but people trust him, but he goes above and beyond because he's like, and he's not like trying to do anything malicious, he's just trying to help. And then he just realizes, like, wait, if you did that, it'd be like if you ever watched King of the Hill, it's one of my favorite scenes, and it's Hank and Peggy lying in bed, and you know how Peggy's like a cleaner, right? And she's talking to Hank about like her secret formula for how she like cleans toilets, and I forget what it is, but it's like urine and ammonia or something like that, right? So it's like this combination of ammonia to clean the toilet, and then Hank's like, wait, if you add urine to that makes mustard gas. So it's like if you're cleaning your toilet with it and there's any like residual urine on your toilet, you're literally making mustard gas in like an enclosed space. And it was like, this is like a 1998 PSA on the power of like internet misinformation and like don't believe everything that you hear and like always test stuff. You know what I mean, right? It's like, if you put a little bit of arsenic on your food, it'll give you a resistance to it. So if you ever eat a rat trap accidentally, you won't die. Like, what? Okay, so what is it? What is this? Are these your characters? Huff the Must, true. Okay, what is this? Ah, this is Levi? I'm a sucker for the scythe, I'm not gonna lie. Scythe is my favorite weapon, hands down, of, like, anything ever. Of any weapon. If I could use a scythe, I'm going to use a scythe. If I can write a character that has a scythe, I'm going to write a character that has a scythe. One of the Cardinals has a scythe. Catboy death. You can click and drag and spin. He's a wolf, actually. He's a wolf. I like the scythe. The twinkle contrast is throwing me off personally. Twinkle? What do you mean twinkle? What about Orion? What does Orion look like? I want to see Jade. Put Jade in a fucking twink. Oh, twink. He's a shifter. But it's just like, look at his arms. Like, he's not muscular in any way, right? Like, how are you wielding this giant scythe, but you're like this tiny dude? Give this owl the scythe, and that makes its political correctness gone mad. Yeah, Orion would be cool. No, I just want to see Jade in a bikini. My only suggestion is the scythe has to be longer and the handle needs to be a bit bent. Yeah, it needs to be, like, slightly curved, right? You need to have that arch so you can, like, do the, like, spin thing like that, right? It's, like, that way the where you hold on it is, like, a lot more important, right? The scythe, and then you have, like, the mechanism that you pull from the bottom, and it takes the blade, and it makes the blade go from, like this, right? Like, if this is the handle, right, and, like, this is the blade, then the blade goes down like this, and it's more like a halberd. So you can turn it from, like, a scythe into a halberd, and then you can, like, elongate the end, right? So it's like you kind of have, like, a pike, and you have, like, 3 weapons in one. That's gonna be, the scythe for the Cardinal. Because I just love, like, morphing weapons and changing stances mid-battle to, like, as, like, transformation things, right? Like, different phases of the fight. The rod looks too thick, but add some length, and it shouldn't stand out as much. Yeah, I agree, Salty. I agree. It does look really kind of weird, but hey, that's, you know, the premise is there, right? But yeah, the character looking so weak and small and holding such a massive weapon just does have a contrast to it. Thank you for the follow, Hubie. What's up?
Hi, sweetie. Hadrian was just telling me he used to arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
Not that interesting. Are you smoking?
Oh, the problem with the scythe as a weapon,
Why?
it takes a while to swing it.
Maybe.
What? When did you
Yes,
start
Jam.
smoking?
It's a very slow,
You have been lying. Now it makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the
it's almost like it's an imposing weapon. It's more about the fear of the weapon itself than the actual weapon. And it's like, it has a very critical point, right? As long as you dodge the blade, you're fine, right? Like, using a scythe in a game is usually so annoying if you have, like, real hitboxes, because you have to, like, manage your distance so perfectly with scythe, but it's, like, critical damage when you hit them, like, in fucking Dark Souls or Elden Ring. Like, my Elden Ring character is literally a double scythe-wielding jump attack fucking, like, raw character. That's, like, my main build. Like... anytime I can do that, that's what I'm all about. But you don't want to overdo it, right? It is one of those things where... there's a battalion of swordsmen, there's a battalion of spearmen, there's a battalion of archers, but there's not a battalion of hammermen. Right?
Like, there are weapons that are very unique to a certain, like, commander, and you wouldn't have, like, an entire battalion in an army of, like, 10,000 people having this weapon, right? I don't think if Scythe is as slow, I think of it more as momentous, hard to stop, like a fast car with bad brakes. Yeah, it's a continuous thing. Like, you don't... like, with a sword, you're like... with a scythe, you're, like, spinning and, like, non-stop fucking movement, right? You're not, like... right? Oh, I'm gonna take another toke, and then you guys will read chapter 3, and then we'll get into the reading. Since today is gonna be a little bit of a shorter day, because we gotta get everything prepped for tomorrow, because we got D&D plus PoE, and tomorrow's gonna be like fucking super long stream because of PoE 2 release. So, I don't want to be super tired for that. And, we'll just see how many stories we get to today. It'll probably be 4 to 6 hours, something like that. Maybe we'll watch a PBS video at the end for some science news, because we haven't done that in a while. Other than that, 3, 2, 1, toke! Like moon symbology for size, because it's crescent, but spin it fast enough and it becomes full. True. I would say Scythe can be beat by something with an equally long range, like a spear. Oh yeah, Jam. A spear is superior to a scythe. That's why I like the idea of having a scythe that can transform into either a pike or a halberd. Rap song. What is this? Welcome back, Ozzy. Welcome back. Everything said in the rap is good. Okay. I'll trust you. I'll trust you, bro. Even though, like, this is my least favorite genre of music. 7 minutes! Scythe is not a weapon, it's a tool.
Well, here we go again. Once upon a time in our rewritten history, 13 bloodlines rose to power wickedly. They came from ancient lands with depravity and vices, like usury and rape and ritual sacrifices. They worshipped evil gods, but they kept the secrets hidden as they infiltrated and hijacked other religions. They conquered other countries and they printed all the money while they plotted on a
plan. Is this about the Jews? Is this about the Jews?
Now still on the same path with the devil in the details. You could do the math. Only God's got the map with the one road back on the human race.
I like it being that way because the Reaper is into warrior traditionally. Exactly, Salty. It's a very unique situation.
Subliminally teaching the wicked ways to the public, whether we knew it or not. Now we're all a product of it. See, they desecrated nature and set fire to the wilderness.
But we all know they're fake Jews. Because no matter, you can call yourself a Jew all you want, but we all know the true Jews are the chosen people of God. So, if someone who calls himself a Jew does something evil, they're not a Jew.
The song to those who lost their life and paid the price to tell the truth for what they thought was right. Those who up against the odds answered for the call to fight.
But they use the word Jew as a way to
don't get distracted. It's time to load this chamber and aim at the head of the monster now. So go and grab a
I'm like, if this doesn't give me any new information on any conspiracy theory, Ozzy, I'm gonna be mad.
Barack bought the hot dogs for over 60K in just a single day. That's what our taxes went to pay. Careful though, he'll take you paddle.
You heard the Dan Bilzerian was
Jewish. Away from his husband. She's meaner than
yeah.
And Bill Gates is over there with the
That's called a black flag and a plant.
Before he drinks their blood. And who's that chewing on a pineal gland? Oh, that's just Hillary with all
That
that
shit is
frazzle
fucking
drip on her hand.
hilarious.
That's red-handed. And there's Bill with jizz on his pants. Galena wiped the stains when her plane from Israel lands. So someone grab the spirit cooker if you.
But you know, today, like I said, today's Jews are Bolsheviks, right? Like the majority of today's Jews are Bolsheviks. And we all know that Bolsheviks are fake Jews.
And look, it's Kevin Spacey right off the set of a movie. He shot in his basement with a child.
I like the
and
vibe.
George
You
Clooney.
recommend all
Weinstein
Chris
funded it.
Wobbly or
Spielberg directed it. And Bono made
just
the
this?
music and sang at a kid's benefit. And George H.W. Bush is pulling the car up with every man in his family, even Barbara. Ellen's on the way from
Nope,
Diddy's
all
house with
of it.
Sean Carter. Cause here at Comet Ping Pong. the
So how has
Carters
this
went
guy
to
not been
Carter.
assassinated
Oprah's on the
yet?
way, but
Or is
she'll
he
be
dead?
late. She's stuck in
Is
human
this guy dead?
Just have to film
Wait,
the
is this guy
sacrifice
dead?
and show it to her after go and throw it on a lacy dry, but don't be losing that shit. Where's Anthony Weiner's computer? I thought that Huma had it. Just relax,
Shadow
take
ban?
a nap with that guy in the
Sounds
Biden
about right.
mask. Even if they
He's
catch us,
attacking
we'll be
the
fine. If it kind of
Jews!
pass,
You
Jeffrey's
get
got
the
our back. This shit is under
Jews!
control, cause he reports directly
Probably
to the
looks
people
like in
running the
the
show. Well,
from a
gee,
distance.
who could that be? What a mystery.
Oh.
Even with the evidence, there's not a single hint to see. And these conspiracies have been mistaken all along. So I guess we'll never know just
Oh,
what
shit.
is really going on. But before you call it anti-Semitism, try to listen and think how I said those families infiltrated religions. At the head of every snake is a servant of Satanism. Shit, the Vatican been human trafficking since the beginning. But one little country has become their seat of power, where they plot on pandemics and wars and twin towers. Babylonian Talmudism has been the recipe, and they've been sacrificing the fucking children for centuries. And they don't give a fuck about us. We're just goy, cattle, subhuman.
Yo,
We're here to
they
be
just,
destroyed,
we're
extorted and
literally
abused,
animals to
ruled over
them.
with lies.
Been human
Don't
trafficking
forget,
since the
guys,
beginning.
they were greatest
They're the
allies.
original ones. They started it.
In some fucking trouble. That Khazarian mafia's watching you with the fallen angels and Nephilim. It's time to rid society's closet of all the skeletons. So let me just
I
be
just
crystal
jumped from the
fucking clear
seat
and
when I
set a
heard it.
precedent. If Trump is proven part of it, then burn him with the rest of them.
Why do you
When
think
taking
that
cookies
priests
out of
touch
Epstein's
children
jar.
is
Every
like
Rachel
a
Chandler
stereotype
handler in
of the
Epstein's car.
church?
And if he's really still alive,
And it's been
then
that
judge
way
him
for
calm.
like
When he's mono, we mono, we
3,000
God. That's
years.
Epstein's bar. We gotta break the mind control of these secret societies that kept us locked in our perception. Then they threw away the keys, making sure we never leave, and that everyone we see are incriminated.
That's why you gotta be inside your mind and know that none of this is really real and your consciousness is all you know and that's all you really need.
And it's hard when we grew up to love a lot of these stars, but it's time we see the monsters for exactly who they are. And fully cut ties.
All
with the
organized
idols of our
religions
youth,
are
'cause our
shit.
childhood
I
heroes
agree,
have been
Jam.
hiding from the
I
truth.
I agree with the foundational principles, but not the way that humans enact those principles in reality. Is that fair to say? Right? Like, I like the message. The message is good. The problem is no one follows the fucking message.
Burn it all down till it's nothing but ash. Raw thoughts.
Right? Like, imagine if everyone lived by the Ten Commandments. We live in a perfect world. If everyone just like, we have the rules to make a perfect society, but we just don't follow them. Because we're fucking humans.
While they reset the score on the brink of world war. As I look around, I don't recognize it.
Ten Commandments has nothing to do with the religion. They're just good rules to live a good life.
In front of us to see, fucking with us with the frequencies of 5G. Interacting with the graphene from the vaccines and the food that we eat is poison down to the seeds.
You don't use them like laws, you just use them as guidelines. You say, you know, this is, generally this will give you, 10 Commandments are fine, they are actually common sense. Exactly, Jam. And that's the basis, that's all you need to go off of, right? And it's not like you need to impose it like law, you should be like, this is like the difference between a good person and a bad person. But you can both live in society. It's just, you know, if you take it too far and you like kill someone, right? Well, we're gonna have to lock you away. That's unfortunate, you know. But if you disobey your parents, we're not gonna put you in jail for disobeying your parents. We're just gonna say that's not a good sign and that doesn't reflect well on society.
That was always my intention for sharing what's in my head. It was never about the vision. I just needed y'all to listen. Wait the fuck
there's no subtitles for this? You'd think you'd have a transcript. But dude, this entire song is the life I live. Like, if I could snap my fingers, that's why it's like I said, if I got into I wanted to get into politics when I was younger, and then I realized that if I got into politics, I probably wouldn't survive past 22 or 23, because I'd probably be assassinated.
One last time.
And I decided politics is probably not a good route to go.
Like, literally. I was like, wait. Basically, everyone who has my viewpoints towards things has been assassinated. Everyone who's advocated for what, like, I think we should advocate for has been assassinated. And this was like, I love the song Ozzy, because I love the fact that it's like, hey, you know, people are out there doing that. But there is a problem, Ozzy, and that is, think back to the lyrics of songs like, oh, what's... Okay, here's a good song. Here's a good point. Think back to something like this song, and let's listen to these lyrics. And we're going to preface this with, the problem with this is there's two sides of it, right? There's the promotion of the idea, and if you pay attention to the lyrics and you think about the story in the background, you do your research, it can awaken your mind, right? But the second thing is that people just take it as music and they don't listen to the words, and it basically nullifies them to a point. And this is why it's so important how, like, the deep state uses entertainment. Because if an idea is presented to you and you believe that idea is fiction, that is the solidifying, like, perspective you have towards that idea. Now, you do that in entertainment and then you do it in real life. The event in real life doesn't have the same effect, because in your mind, fundamentally, that event is fiction because it happened in entertainment. And you've basically been desensitized to any reaction towards it, because your innate reaction is, I don't want to change my mind, because if I change my mind, I'm stupid, and I don't want to believe that I'm stupid, so I'm not going to change my mind, and my mind is going to say this event is fiction. Even though it literally was like, it happened in a movie, and then it happened in real life. Right? Which is like the entirety of Hollywood. So there is this desensitization to it that is a double factor and a double-edged sword. Right? So let's listen to this song. And let's, like, actually, like, listen to the lyrics. Don't listen to the song. Listen to the lyrics. Salty, I believe I'm stupid and retarded too. That's why I try to educate myself. That's why I try to learn, because I know I'm a fucking idiot. And I want to have more knowledge, and I don't want to be an idiot. Like, what kind of fucking lyrics are those for a song that I bet pretty much everyone is like, fuck yeah, no, I jam to this song all the time. But did you ever listen to the fucking lyrics? Because I never did. And then when I listened to them, I was like, wait, what? Wait, what? No, I know too much. Ignorance is bliss, and that's why I do drugs. It's fair, Salty. Totally fair. And that comes down to the point of, can you handle it? There are people that can't handle having their mind awakened and the realization of, like, the state that the world is actually in. So I don't fault anyone for not wanting to awaken and deal with the reality that we have, because the reality that we have is fucking scary. And it's understandable why you wouldn't want to participate in that when you have a cozy little thing to go through. So I don't blame anyone for that. I just, you know, it makes it, like, better for those that are awakened, because it's like, okay, I'm not, you know, I actually do have the strength to be able to look at this in the face and to be like, this is the world we live in. These are the things that are actually happening. Don't, you know, like, look at the actual events that are happening. Right? That's what's important. What are people saying? What are people talking about? You know, look at how the world has changed over time and how people talk about it. It's like, it's a scary thing, and it takes a lot of courage to stand up to it. So it's like, and do not turn the other cheek. Well, Ozzy, there's a whole thing for, like, turning the other cheek, right? Like, I think it's a misinterpretation, and to me, turning the other cheek is not acting with malice. Does that make sense? It's not you don't retaliate, it's that you don't retaliate with malice. Right? If someone, you hold people accountable for their stuff, right? But it's not with, revenge or malice. It's simply for the fact of to keep society. It is the interaction during that time of crisis. Inaction during that time of crisis. What do you mean by that? Oh, the fact that we all know all of this, like, baby eating and baby fucking and all this shit from the elites, but nobody's doing anything about it? No one's stopping it, no one's rising up, no one's doing anything? Even though it's like, this is, like, legal, documented, like, emails and shit, and just no one... And people like Alex Jones have been, like, saying this, like, what was that thing? The Grove? In, like, the 2000s, the whatever Grove, where, like, he went to the Grove and they were in, like, fucking robes and burning rituals, and, like, burning effigies, and it's, like, literally the top 100 most powerful people in the world. Bohemian Grove, yeah, Bohemian Grove, and, like, nothing happens. Nobody does anything. Nobody stands up. Nobody does anything. It's just a sad... It's sad. It's really fucking sad. And it's only going to get worse until people actually stand up. Ads! And I can advocate at a back seat, but again, it's like, I don't feel like I have any power to do anything other than inform myself, keep a critical mind, and try to help other people. And maybe sometime down the line, I'll accumulate enough people that you could start a movement. And the movement would be 100% lawful. It just wouldn't be the laws that these people have created that defend themselves. I would, like, revert laws back, like, if any law that's, like, instigated after 1960, we're just gonna ignore. If a law has been passed after 1960, we're just gonna ignore it, and then we'll slowly work our way back, figure out which laws are good, which laws are bad, and we're just gonna get rid of them. Because the whole point of the system is that the people in charge have created laws that defend them. Like the whole Minnesota thing where it's like, or California thing where it's like illegal to investigate fraud now. Or there's the thing where this guy, this is the new one that I heard, is a teacher, like, linked statistics to some things, and he got arrested, and they said, this was a quote from the court case, the statistics and everything that he was quoting is true, and we acknowledge that he was stating things that were factual. The problem is that those facts were causing unrest. When the facts cause unrest and you get arrested for the facts, oh boy, we're done. We're done, boys. We're over and done. It's the end of the fucking world, man. What do you want to do? Sit back, relax, and smoke your fucking bowl. Because we're done, skis. Right? Inaction is a weird concept for living creatures that constantly move. It's true, Salty. Become famous and spit the truth. I mean, fair, Ozzy. True, right? Something that what have we been dealing for a long time. Thought of not moving out of bed just because the day will start. Well, you might consider something as inactive, but you are doing stuff unseen to make things better. I mean, I try, right? Even on a smallest, tiniest scale, even if it's just smiling at people and waving at them and saying hi as you walk down the street, right? It's like, that tiniest little bit of encouragement and interaction can literally mean the world to someone. And you never know if that smallest action, how that ripple effect is going to work. So for me, I just think the best possible inaction. So whenever I'm presented with a thing, I think of how can I get the maximum reaction out of this, right? And then I try to be as positive, interactive, and tend to be over the top ridiculous as possible. And then based upon the person's reaction to that, you can judge whether, you know, it, like, oh, okay, well, you don't interact with this person because they're, like, a Karen retard, right? Where it's like, you try to be happy, and they're just, like, get pissed off at you that you're smiling. Like, why are you smiling? It's because I'm having a good day, bro. I was having some good thoughts. I was thinking about some good stuff. I go home to some good shit. It's gonna be a good day. And they're like, and you're like, okay, bro, have a good day. All right, it is what it is. And you hope they leave, you know, with a smile on their face instead of being like, you know what, why am I so grumpy? That guy's right. I should start taking things less seriously and try to put a smile on my face and skip down the road, right? That's how I look at it. Whether that occurs or not, to me, doesn't matter. It's the fact that there's the potential that that could be an outcome that makes me want to act that way, right? But anyways, let's get on with the reading here. Y'all know what I'm talking about. We're all on the same page with this. Which is one thing for, it's like, you could say that's a weird thing, but it's not. Because most people who are extremely creative and expressive are also, like, tend to be on the upper end of intelligence. Right? So it's like, you're able to, like, understand this. Big fiver for the best streamer. Fuck yeah, Ozzy. Let's go, bro. That's what it's all about, my man. Hell yeah. I feels it. Thank you, thank you. I try. I try, right? Like I said, value for time. Value proposition of the stream, I hope, is high. It's just we don't have a marketing capacity currently. But, again, it's like, don't worry, guys. I have plans. I have plans. I've always had a plan, right? It's just a 5-year plan. I could be considered very inactive because I don't care for big problematic things like Epstein files and whatnot. There's so many problems in the world. I just try not to cause problems for those I care about and expand the circle of people I care about. Is that active or inactive? Depends on the scale, I guess. Salty, that's active, right? Like me, I can lie in bed for 13 hours and that's not inactive for me because I've just created 5 characters, 17 plot lines, 4 different locations, 7 side stories, and an entire new perspective of the villain, right? And I didn't do anything. I was just inside my mind the entire time, and I don't consider that inactive, right? I consider it as long as I'm doing something. Now, if I'm sitting there like dulling out, like for instance, like listening to music and just like phasing out of existence, that's different, right? It's like, okay, that's me wasting time and fucking around. But even procrastinating, I'm still like, procrastinating to me is thinking about a different story. 3, 2, 1, toke. I think I was saying this yesterday too, about the start small. The problem is, how do you fix the Epstein files? Well, you have to start small. You have to get parents more involved with their kids' lives, right? You need to let parents know that they can't let their kids out of their sight. Parents need to be more controlling over shit like that. Parents need to stand up for shit like that. If parents get in the way and stop it, well, how are their kids gonna get taken, right? And we're just talking first world stuff, because we know a lot of this is like, third, like, you can't stop from the third world, right? Like, we know that, like, on top of the things that they do inside of, like, Western countries, outside of it, they've got, like, all this kind of traffic coming out of, like, Africa, coming out of the Middle East, and, like, China, and, like, you know, that kind of thing, right? Like, there are places in the world that they're, like, procuring this stuff, like, basically from the government, like government to government, right? But they have to sneakily kind of do it inside of, like, Western countries. Like, Ozzy, have you heard the conspiracy theory that, school, what are they called? Yearbooks and, like, class photos and stuff like that are actually menus for the elites to, like, pick out, and then that person will, like, disappear? And you just literally have a catalog of every child at every age in the entire country at your fingertips. Just flip through pages till you find one you like. That one, get him for tomorrow. Right? And that's why it's, like, mandatory. Anytime something is mandatory, fucking question it. Consider every conspiracy theory true. The only conspiracy theory that's not true is Flat Earth. And if Flat Earth is true, it's because we live in, like, a segregated part of the planet, and the planet is actually a lot bigger than we think. But the planet is still round. Right? It's crazy. Ignore those dumbasses. The idea of conspiracy theory, it's like people don't think that conspiracies are real. What about the law that says, conspiracy to act against the government? Like, conspiracy against the government, or conspiracy against police officers, or conspiracy against federal agents. Planet is flat in 13 dimensions. There you go, Salty. That's more like it. They can't tell the difference from the mouths to their assholes. Well, Ozzy, there are people out there that are fucking retarded, and it's like, it's unfortunate, but yeah, there are people out there that are just straight up fucking retarded, and they think that they're smart. It's the reason why not everyone should be able to vote, right? Like, I'm a huge advocate for you having to, like, have a 50 word thing that's like, this is the reason why I'm voting for this candidate, these are the policies that they're enacting, and this is why I'm voting for them. I bet you would cut out, like, 85% of the votes if you just ignored them, if they didn't have, like, a clause as to why. And you could literally just, like, hold down the W button, and, like, your response could literally just be... Okay, I hit the word cap. But some people are just so stupid, they can't even conceptualize about, like, they're just like, oh my god, I have to write something down! Look, I don't know what to do! And then they just don't do it. Right? You're judging Levi and the scythe, but you forgot it's pure magic. No, I'm just saying, Happy, it's just like, it looks awkward and a little bit weird, but it's a toy, right? I wasn't, like, you know... That's why I didn't say anything, because I was like, I wasn't expecting it to look like a fucking Warhammer 40k, thing, right? Like, it looks amateur, right? It like, take that however you want, it looks amateur. Scythe is clunky, though. Yeah, but it's also the site, right? It's a site you're making it with. So it's like, I don't know how the site works, but I'm guessing you're just taking pre-made assets, right? So that's also, like, you're limited within a certain level of what assets you have on the site, right? Everybody is a critique, and I'm everybody? True, Salty, true. Okay, for finally, we're gonna get into this, guys. This is Chapter 3, this is the introduction of S-Rival. Okay, here we go. The fight. The clear tiled floor sparkled with pristine colored lines running between the cracks. A pattern long lost to the annals of time. Or so was told, but he was different. Chandeliers upon the ceiling cast a firelight across his armor. The crest of legend that matched the symbol on an empty throne in a painting at the far end of the chamber shone bright, the hidden patterns reflected from the floor. His knees touched the floor as he bowed after walking halfway down the aisle. The only sound, the metal scraping and groaning against itself as he moved. The long stairs that ran the length of the room leading to the stage were half shadowed by the balcony that loomed to the left of the wall. His arms and head touched the floor and he closed his eyes, prostrated, soul and mind. No light shone upon it, or what was hiding there. Only the voice came. It pierced his soul with the cold, a rasp and struggle that age couldn't match. A command he knew so well: leave none, decimate all, failure is death. That darkness of an echo from the depth, like hatred manifest, hardened his resolve. He said his vow and raised proudly to his feet. Without counsel, he turned and walked out of the room into the hallway that led to the barracks. Men, we have been chosen. It is our duty. The darkness has sent minions upon our people once more. A group of armored men cheered around him. They entered the stairs that led to the surface. Exiting the lower chamber, they rushed towards the east gate. Sounds that met them put their training to the test. No matter how many times you heard it, the cry of a zombie always chilled the blood. They drew their swords and put up their shields. The beasts would never wait for the gates. They felt the heat of warm flesh in the air, the smell of a feast, but his men would hold them. 10 leave, 8 return. What kind of pitter-patty, pantsy-ass dillery do you think you're messing for, boy? I agree, Ozzy. It's because, like, the final version will probably be, like, 4 times as long as this, right? So, like, you know, it's definitely gonna be a full-on, like, inspirational speech with, like, you know, he's gonna, like, talk to each one of them. You're gonna get to kind of know the people that die, and it's gonna build up this whole thing. But, like, this is just the rough draft, right? So, good for calling it out. Always call it out, because I need to know if I have that shit covered or not. But that's one that I do have covered for later. I just don't have time to do all that right now, right? But it will be there. But what do you think of, like, this kind of, like swearing kind of stuff, where it's, like, kind of over the top, but not, like, you know, ridiculous? Sir, that was my cousin from the front lines. I know it, sir. Why didn't you wait to give me a chance? Now I'll never know. Boy, I will send a letter to the front to prove you wrong. Calm your heart. The zombie was not your cousin. Soldier resigned with a bow and moved back into formation. The rest of the platoon walked forward. The commander stepped back with... It's kind of to show that he the whole point is to show that he feels for the guy, but he can't, like, be lenient on him. Right? And this is, like, the youngest member of the platoon, and there's gonna be, like, another interaction that, like, this guy is, like, somewhat of, like, quote-unquote a failure that, like, foreshadows this event happening while they're in the barracks. So this character is, like, gonna be an important character, like, sub-character to the S-Rival. But I just haven't, like, filled in his character yet. Because I don't know exactly what I want to do with it. The soldier resigned with a bow and moved back into formation. The rest of the platoon walked forward. The commander stepped back with a raised eyebrow and a deep breath. Sir, we respectfully agree with Soldier 1. It was worth the risk to confirm. If it was my kin, I would feel the same. And you know it would be for you as well. So this is like his, this is a foreshadowing of calling it out, because his platoon is exactly right. Because as soon as he sees someone that he recognizes, he stops. And then everyone's like, see? We fucking told you so. And it's like this like dissonance that he has between him and his underlings, right? Which causes, like, his first levels of doubt to, like, spiral out of control. This is, like, the inciting incident of the character being like, am I really wrong? Am I just following dogma? Do I need to start questioning myself? I need to start thinking about the people that I command over, right? And it's, like, this entire process of changing of the character through this interaction. His second-in-command chimed in over the crew. He sighed and nodded. Spoken well, my man. You will make a platoon legendary one day. The man took the compliment with grace and a salute. Fury burned in him. And this is another thing. It's like, this is supposed to be a disinformation thing, right? Like, the reason why he's angry isn't that his troop was pushing back against him. It's that he can't show the weakness or, like, any kind of failure or doubt. So he can't express how he actually feels. And he actually agrees with his troop internally. But he can't express that because he knows he's always being watched. And anything and everything that he does is going to be used against him. So he can never hesitate for even a moment or show any weakness. Yo, what's up, Shadow? How's it going? I'm a liar and a cheat. And, how do you do? Indeed, Ozzy. And, I haven't read your shit yet, Shadow. I'm sorry. Just keep piling the chapters on. I'll get there. I swear, I'll get there. Stormy here, and yes, I know you are. Oh, I love it. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. I try, alright? I try! When it does happen, it's good. It's never, you know, better late than never. Got a tornado watch. Oh, shit, that sucks. We had, like, a massive storm here yesterday, but it was, like, passing off in the horizon. Like, you know, we still had, like, clear skies and, like, patches and stuff, but it's like you can see the lightning in the fucking distance and, like, the thunder and shit. It was crazy. Fury burned in him over the insubordination, but couldn't let the men unite against him. This was not the time to be messing with loyalties. Commanded several men to scout the walls and beyond for any straggler zombies. The rest to clear the squad and road of their fallen knights and enemy corpses. The residual blood and gore would have to wait for the weather. It could be an ever-present reminder of what the world really was. He stopped off to clear it. Stomped off to clear his head before he... Jesus. Endangered his position. This is how fucked up I am when I'm like... Because I literally wrote this after stream yesterday. And I was just like, I had the idea and I was like, dude, yes, no, let's do that! And I just fucking spammed it out. I'll lurk while I watch the storm pray. I don't learn to fly. I need to finish the books. You better not, Shadow, because I need that second book to come out. I can't be left on a cliffhanger like that. It's not fair. I'll pray for you. He stomped off to clear his head before he endangered his position. The odd smell in the air caught his attention. It was potent. Get a cape? Just wear a cape in case someone has a video of you flying through the fucking tornado. It's Superman! She went viral, but unfortunately she did not survive. Helps with the aerodynamics. What happens if you had a parachute? Could you survive, or would the winds just tear you apart? Are you gonna get hit by debris? Like, has anyone tried to parachute through a tornado? I wonder. It was potent and bewildering. A fine spice, like a meal from... And we're gonna have, like, the tavern's name here, because it's, like, a famous place because of the cook there, right? He inhaled deeply, and before he could enjoy it, the scream overtook his ears. He ran to turn the corner, and he saw a scantily clad girl handing a small fire stick to a figure in a military garb. Plume of smoke trailing into the still air. And that's like the crossroads of all of the characters meeting. So it's like each chapter is each of the characters' perspectives until they all meet up. Right? I would save the parachute, get some wings, and glide like my boy Buzz. Ah, Buzz Lightyear! Yeah, okay. Okay. For sure. I'm down like that. For sure. A little bit of rocket-powered engine. You need the flaps on the side so you can control your directions. Like, yeah, I'm definitely vibing it. Squirrel suit it. Exactly. Okay, Happy's first, right? Alright, Happy, you're up! You're up, brother. And we've already got chapter 29 ready. So we can just throw up chapter 29. Can never find fucking Happy. Okay. Chapter 29! We'll take a toke, and then we'll get into this. 3, 2, 1, toke! I have a epic motorcycle helmet from my e-bike days before it got stolen. I have 30 ready. If there's no one else that's joining the reading, I think we can do 29 and 30. And then we can do half of Ozzy's story. And by then, maybe either Prol or someone else will show up. And then, yeah, that might pretty much just be the entire stream today, guys. Because that should be about 4.5 hours or something like that. Depending, right? On how much banter and bullshit we have between it. Plus, like, a React video on PBS, maybe. PBS Space Time. Sounds about right. Alright. Here we go. This is Happy's Story, Chapter 29. The Weight of Crowns. Royal Infirmary smelled like silver-leaf medicine and dying hope. Levi stood outside the heavy doors for several long seconds before finally forcing himself to enter. Inside, moonlight spilled across polished stone floors while quiet healers moved between glowing crystal instruments in near silence. Nobody stopped him. Nobody questioned him. They simply stepped aside. Another reminder that no matter how hard he tried pretending otherwise, the crown still followed him. A royal healer approached quietly. His Majesty is awake. Levi nodded once. The healer hesitated before lowering her voice. He's had a difficult night. Fear twisted sharply through Levi's chest. Healer pushed open the inner chamber doors, and Levi immediately understood what she meant. Leo looked worse. Much worse. The king sat near the balcony, wrapped in silver robes that suddenly seemed too large for him. Dark shadows hollowed beneath his eyes. His hands trembled faintly around the cup resting in his lap. For the first time, Leo looked old. Not kingly, not powerful, just tired. Sight hit Levi harder than expected. Leo glanced up from the balcony. A faint smile touched his face. Levi frowned softly. You look terrible. Leo's quiet laugh turned into a violent coughing fit. Blood stained to the cloth, pressed against his mouth. Levi moved instantly. Dad, don't worry about me, son, Leo rasped. Levi stopped beside the chair, gripping the carved wood railing hard enough for his knuckles to pale. Shouldn't be working. And yet, Leo murmured tiredly, the kingdom stubbornly refuses to govern itself. Levi looked away towards the storm. Fucking goddamn it, my TV just crashed. Hold on a sec. Okay, I think it did like an ultimate crash, and I might have to unplug it and plug it back in. Because sometimes it just like phases off and then phases back on, and then other times it just like is like you literally have to unplug it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to unplug it. I'll be right back. TV is like fucking 12 years old. Surprised it still fucking works. Okay, so that like fucked everything up because it changed my monitors. But we got the TV back. Okay, let's see here. What happened? Okay, put that there. We want this here. Move this there. Put this there. Like my life support. Okay, so this is there. Okay, now I think everything's good. Are we good? The stream's good, right? Like we didn't nothing fucked up at that? Okay, yeah, we're good. Sweet. I don't know about that, Chief. Okay. Alright. Maybe voodooing yourself to that? I mean, it's possible. It's absolutely possible. Alright. Levi looked toward the storm outside the balcony windows. Rain rolled across distant towers, while wolf symbols stained the streets below. Even from here, he could see them. The white wolf spread across Chiftera like wildfire. Leo followed his gaze. City is changing. Levi's stomach tightened slightly. You sound worried. I am. Silence settled briefly between them. Then Leo slowly lowered the blood-stained cloth from his mouth. Sit. Levi obeyed quietly. For several moments, neither spoke. Rain battered softly against the balcony glass, while distant thunder rolled across the sky. Finally, Leo exhaled slowly. When I become king, he said quietly, I thought strength was enough. Levi leaned back slightly against the chair. I heard you killed a dragon during your coronation. Leo smiled faintly. Yes, that sounds like strength. It was stupidity. Levi blinked once. Leo stared out across the city with distant eyes. I thought if I became powerful enough, he said softly, then no one I loved would ever suffer again. King's expression darkened. I was wrong. So wrong. Levi looked toward him carefully. There was something strange about seeing Leo like this. Not as king. Fucking ads! God damn it! Well, we're here. Welcome to ads. Hi, ads! Maybe I tend to jinx myself, but no regrets. If it makes people laugh and bring joy, 'tis worth it in my heart. True, Salty. At the end of the day, bringing positivity and upliftingness, to others is the important part, right? How they feel about it really doesn't matter. It's your attempt at the end of the day that matters, right? If they're unwilling to accept it, then it is what it is. Pop it. Twist it! Pull it! Fuck it! The original fidget spinner. Bop it. Grandfather said my generation relies too much on technology, so I unplugged his life support. See, that's a good one, Happy. That's a good one, Happy, in my 20s. Damn, he said those words to me? Nuh-uh, I don't think so, sir. Nuh-uh, not what I tell you what's got. Nope. Nope, don't be what at I see you now, be where you at for sure, my man. Yup, Cap, cool. Levi looked toward him carefully. There was something strange about seeing Leo like this. I'm nearly out of my 20s. The next thing you know, Salty, you'll nearly be out of your 30s. It flies by, my man. It flies by. There's something strange about seeing Leo like this. Not as king, but as a father and as a man, fragile in ways Levi had never allowed himself to notice before. Leo rested trembling hands together. Royal bloodline wasn't created to rule. Levi frowned slightly. What? Leo's silver eyes shifted towards him. It was created to protect balance. The room suddenly felt quieter. Balance between what? Leo studied him carefully for several seconds, and answered softly, between the mythical and the mundane. Did you steal this from me? Or did I steal this from you? I love that. the high and the low, right? And then I bid you good luck, Unc. Levi felt his pulse quicken instantly. Those words hit too close, Leo noticed. Because we had an entire conversation about that in writing, right? About, like, the mythical and the mundane. And how you, like, should switch things up for perspective to, like, create contrast. Especially with characters. I am an uncle. I love my nieces and nephews. I'm an uncle too, Salty. I love my niece and nephews too, man. Fuck yeah. Unc status for the win. We get all the fun without any of the downsides, right? We get to hang out with them, and then we get to give them back to, like, our siblings. They're getting annoying. You can have them back now. I'm gonna go smoke a bowl and go take a nap. You have fun dealing with these guys for the next 6 hours. I gave them some sugar. Sorry. I tried to wear them out, but, you know, I think it just went through their blood faster. Got, like, 4 here and 4 out of the country. Nice. Leo noticed. Of course he did. First kings, no, Leo continued. But power like that comes with a price. Levi's chest tightened. What kind of price? Leo looked back toward the storm. Eventually, he said quietly, those powers stopped listening. A cold feeling crawled down Levi's spine. The king's voice lowered further. My brother is always surprised why I'm so good with them, but I like them more than him because I don't have to grow up with them. Yeah, that's fair. The mythical can wonder the mundane, or the mundane drowns out the mythical. Levi swallowed hard. And if someone loses control, Leo went silent for several seconds. And then finally, kingdoms fall. Fair enough. 2 here, 2 across America. Nice. Thunder cracked outside hard enough to shake the balcony doors. Levi stared at his father, with the exhaustion carved into his face, the sickness slowly killing him from the inside. And suddenly Levi understood something terrifying. Leo was afraid, not of dying, of what would happen after. The realization settled heavily in Levi's chest. Leo rubbed tiredly at his eyes. Kings are not chosen by strength, he said softly. Levi recognized the tone immediately. A lesson, a warning. They are chosen by sacrifice. Words hit harder than they should have, because Levi already knew that. Every path in front of him demanded sacrifice now. The White Wolf, the crown, his friends, pieces of himself. How much? Levi asked quietly before he could stop himself. Leo frowned slightly. How much what? How much do kings have to lose? Pain flickered briefly across Leo's face. Also, I'm autistic, and so is my niece, and I know how to hang with neurodivergent people more than normies. See, we think that my nephew is, like, slightly autistic, but, like, I don't know how to deal with that shit. He just goes crazy, and I just walk away. Well, undiagnosed autistic, but high indicators. Yeah, same with my nephew. It's like certain sounds and stuff. Like, he'll be like, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, guys, be quiet. And it's just like certain sounds set him off, certain, interactions and stuff, certain feelings towards things, like sitting on a leather couch or something like that is like, I don't know, something against his skin, right? It's just a feeling. Like, my thing, oh my god. My thing is, like, when people are whispering, and they're like, let's say on the other side of the room, and they're whispering, and all you can hear is like, that shit just, like, drives me fucking insane. Or, like, back in the day, like, all my friends, like, basically my house was the party house, right? So we'd all just be, like, passed out, and then my one buddy would wake up at, like, 5 in the morning, turn on the laptop, and start playing League of Legends, and all you'd hear is fucking, You know, like the mouse clicking and the keyboard clacking and shit like that. He might have real good hearing. I could hear the animal high-pitched noises to annoy like cats away from the garden. Huh, that's interesting, Salty. Maybe I'll mention that to my sister. If I didn't know what that was, it would drive me mad. For sure. Do you guys not hear that sound? It's like, what sound? It's like that buzzing in the background. I finished the update for the mini. Nice, Haffy. Let's go. Why is the scythe backwards? And why does Levi look like he has tits? Or is that just supposed to be muscles? I don't know, that's good. I like it. I like it. Right? It gives you the impression you need. That's all that matters, right? Not physical pain, something deeper. Enough, he answered softly. Do we have to play the bail meme enough? I have to turn that into a command. The bail meme enough into a command. I'm gonna have to do that. I'll probably do that after stream today if I remember. I'm gonna actually write that down. I'm gonna be like, turn bail enough into a soundbite. Actually gonna write that shit down because like I actually want to do that. Enough! 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 Ain't those come with obesity? Is he fat? That does look better, tits and all. Levi has boobies. Biggest of cups. His boobs are almost as big as fucking Jade. The room fell silent again. Levi stared down at his hands. He regretted it. Leo looked genuinely surprised by the question. Crown? Levi nodded. Rain rolled across the balcony windows in silver rivers. For a long moment, Leo said nothing. And finally, no? Levi looked up slowly. Leo's tired smile returned faintly. But I regret thinking I had to carry it alone. Something in Levi's chest cracked quietly at those words. Because lately, if they are man tits, they need to be more droopy and awkward shaped. I somewhat know being skinny fat. It looks like I have a pec, like pecs, but it's actually because I'm just so skinny that, like, you know, my basic chest muscles look like fucking, like they stand out. Because I'm just skin and bones. Pecs turn to moobs. They now get weird folds. Mine's just like, you can like see that it's like movable. But that's just like all muscle, right? Like if I flex. Right, like that's skin movement. Like that's muscle movement, right? There's no fat on that shit. Just pure fucking, base muscle that's enough that I can lift my hand up. Side fold, noob fold. Oh. I'm just gonna get like the underarm folds like this. The sag. Something in Levi's chest. Crack. Oh wait, Leo's tired smile turned faintly. So I'm skinny fat myself also. I think it's just a big trend, right? We need to do more ab exercises. They don't fold forward, they fold around the underarm. Like here, right? Like they go like, or I guess it's like there, right? As if they're like pulled like this. Yeah. But I regret thinking I had to carry it alone.
Something in Levi's chest cracked quietly at those words, because lately, that's exactly what he had been doing. Leo leaned back in his chair, exhaustion pulling heavily at his posture. I know you hate me sometimes. Levi froze slightly. King gave a weak laugh. You hide it poorly. Levi looked away immediately. I don't hate you, I just don't understand. Not always, Leo agreed gently. The honesty in his voice hurt more than anger would have. Leo studied him carefully. I made mistakes with you. Levi stayed silent. I thought distance would protect you from the crown. Leo's expression darkened slightly. Instead, it only made you lonely. Same word Holt used. I'm also have lopsided move folds is one bigger than the other. It's like you ever, you know, like chicks who have like, you know, one nipple's like this and like one nipple is like this. And it's like you gotta kind of like pull the boob up a little bit to like even the nipple out. It's kind of like that, right? Symmetry isn't a great isn't great at that kind of shit. Same word Halt used. Lonely. Levi suddenly hated how true it felt. Ah, the lazy nipple, yes. King's breathing had started growing uneven now, exhaustion visibly pulling at him. Levi noticed immediately. You should rest. Leo opened his mouth to argue, but another coughing fit interrupted him. Blood stained the silver cloth again. Levi stood instantly. Enough! The word came out sharper than intended. Leo blinked slightly in surprise. Levi moved toward the door before stopping halfway there. For several seconds, he stood motionless and quietly. I don't know if I can become what this city needs. The confession slipped out before he could stop it. Behind him, Leo's voice softened. You don't need to become perfect, Levi. Levi closed his eyes briefly. Then what do I need to become? Long answer followed. Then, better than the man who came before you. Levi looked back once. The king sat surrounded by silver moonlight and shadows, dying slowly beneath the weight of a crown. For the first time in his life, Levi felt afraid of inheriting it. Jade saw him leaving the royal wing. She stood half hidden beneath one of the upper academy archways as Levi stepped out into the rain-covered courtyard below. Alone, tired. Royal guards bowed their heads as he passed. Not formally, familiar, respectful. Jade's pulse quickened. Her stomach twisted painfully. She felt something that made her heart flutter. Below, Levi disappeared into the storm. And somewhere far beneath the city, Dylan Blade smiled down at a stolen academy map. The White Wolf is here, he muttered softly. One finger tapped against the academy district, then slowly drifted toward the royal quarter. And for the first time since entering Shiftera, Dylan felt truly interested. Damn, alright. The only thing I will say is, like, the thing of, like, continuously... Where is it? Like, it hit you... Those words hit you harder. You know, like, maybe vary that up a little bit. You know? Like, for instance, like this, right? It's like the realization settled as opposed to, like, you know, understood something terrifying. Words hit harder than they should have, right? It's like, I'm pretty sure that happens a couple times. I could be wrong, but I think so. And I feel like, you know, there could be more diversity to how that's expressed. But maybe I'm retarded. I'm trying to find one and I can't, but it is what it is. Not chatting much, too immersed.
I mean, that's a good thing, right, Ozzy? If you guys are, like, into the story and you're just listening along and we're just having a good time, right? It means the story's good and my narration's good, right? Because, like, I'm trying to, like... It's just the longer you read, the less, like, the more you get worn out from it, right? And it's hard to, like, stay in character. Plus, if you don't know, like, what's going on in the story or something like that, right? It's hard to know, like, how you're supposed to react if it's not your story. So, like, when I'm reading my story, I know exactly how I would, like, want the audience to read it. But when I'm reading other people's stories, I just have to infer that and hope that that aligns with their image of how the story's supposed to be read, right? Alright, Happy, are you gonna give me chapter 30 or not, bro? What's going on here, man? Chapter 30, let's go! Everyone wants it. We're all waiting. Did he send it to me on Discord? I don't see it on Discord. There it is. Happy never disappoints. Yeah. So, is this the last chapter, or how far are you now? Are you in, like, chapter 32 or 33 now? Happy? Oh. Three, two, one, talk! Chapter 30 toke, let's go! Whoop, whoop. Excuses. Excuses.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Well, what am I gonna do? What am I supposed to do? Right? I can't win. Toke! Okay. 30 is a big milestone. It is true. You're absolutely true, Salty. 100%. Okay. 3, 2, 1, toke! Draft 1 ended at chapter 50, but draft 2 will pass that. Because it's like elongated out and fleshed out more, added more chapters to it, more space in between. Chapter 30, Moonlight and Teeth. Rain soaked the academy towers long after curfew. Most students had already retreated into dorms, while patrol knights moved across bridges beneath glowing lanterns. Sienna stood outside the eastern dormitory wing with her hood pulled low, silver eyes scanning the empty hallways nervously. "You're late," she whispered. A shadow detached itself from the stone archways across from her. Dylan Blade stepped into the dim lantern light. "You still came," he replied quietly. Sienna crossed her arms immediately. "That's not an answer." For a moment, neither moved. The tension between them felt strange now, fragile.
dangerous in an entirely different way than before. Rainwater dripped from Dylan's dark cloak while his golden eyes stayed fixed on her. The mate bond pulsed faintly in his chest again, like something alive he couldn't fully silence. He hated how easily she affected him. Sienna noticed his expression softened slightly and immediately looked away first. That look is getting annoying. Draft 1 didn't have the vigilante arc. True. Faint smirk touched Dylan's mouth. What look? The one where you stare at me like you're trying to solve a puzzle. You are a puzzle. You're insufferable. And yet, Dylan murmured, stepping closer, I continue meeting you in secret. Sienna's cheeks warmed instantly. I should report you. But you don't. The certainty in his voice irritated her because he was right. Dylan stopped directly in front of her now, close enough that heat lingered between them despite the cold rain. You should stop coming here, she said softly. To be honest, I tried. That answer landed heavier than expected. Yeah, see, it's just like, this is like a running trope, right? I feel like there could be, again, more diversity here with how this is expressed. Before Sienna could respond, footsteps echoed down the upper hallway. Both of them turned instantly. Levi rounded the corner, carrying a stack of academic books beneath one arm before stopping dead. Silence that followed felt catastrophic. Levi blinked once, then slowly. What the fuck? Sienna immediately stepped away from Dylan. It's not what it looks like! Levi stared at the hunter standing beside her. At no point, Levi said carefully, could this possibly look good. Dylan's expression flattened instantly. Well, this is unfortunate. Levi's eyes narrowed. You're Dylan Blade. Correct. The hunter leading the attacks inside the city. Dylan tilted his head slightly. Technically accurate. Levi dropped the books onto the nearby bench. Moonlight glimmers flickered instantly above his fingers. Sienna noticed immediately. Levi, wait! Too late. Scoozy. What a reveal. No, it's not what it looks like. I'm not actually cheating on the enemy. Yeah, sure, bud. Okay, yeah, no. Why is it always women? I mean, what? Silver Pulse exploded across the hallway as he slammed Dylan backward into the stone wall hard enough to crack it. Lights in the corridor flickered violently. Bless you. Thank you, Aussie. Bless you. Thank you, Levi. Haffy. Jesus Christ. Dylan reacted instantly, grabbing Levi's wrist. What did you say? I said Scoozy. Bless you. Thank you, Salty. I feel blessed, guys. I'm very blessed. Thank you very much. Now I will bless all of you. Take the good positive energy. What about women? Huh? Oh, I said it's always women's fault. Dark shadow energy surged up his right arm, thick and reactive, like something trying to swallow the light. The air between them distorted. Sienna stepped between them desperately. Stop! Ew, I don't want your cooties. Scotty misogynist confirmed. No, it's a play off of Eve, right? The whole reason why the world exists the way it does is because Eve ate the apple. She gave in. It's all women's fault. It's always woman's fault. Fuck. Not saying it's not my fault too, but still, you know, it's sometimes my fault, but it's always women's fault. They're always the ones who falls to temptation. That's like the classic trope in like every story is like the woman falling to temptation, right? The man being tempted, but the woman actually falling. And statistically, you know, I don't know what the statistics are, but I bet the statistics say it's true. You know? It's just the world we live in. I'm sorry. I blame Karen. I 100% blame Karen. Totally. And, like, I have a sister and a mom, and they're both amazing. And they're not Karens, so, you know. Levi shoved harder. You've got nerves sneaking into the academy. Dylan's gold eyes sharpened dangerously. You think I want this conversation in a hallway? Answer the question. I'm here, aren't I? That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting until you calm down. Levi nearly punched him. Sienna caught his arm first. Levi! He turned toward her sharply. You knew? Pain crossed her face distantly. Wasn't supposed to happen like this. Cryptid just commissioned me. Fuck yeah, Haffy. There you go, bro. Let's go. Congratulations, bro. What did she commission you for? What work? An OC, a landscape, like an avatar? Wasn't supposed to happen like this. That's comforting. Dylan pushed himself off the cracked wall, rolling his shoulder once. And that was when Levi saw it. A ring hanging from Dylan's neck. Not metal, not a jewel. Pale gray stone, worn smooth as if shaped by time itself. It's one of the stones! It pulsed faintly with a low, almost imperceptible hum. Etched within its surface was a fractured sigil, ancient and incomplete. Something that had been broken on purpose and never repaired. Levi froze. That resonance. Not ordinary enchantment. Not hunter suppression tech. Something older. Something structured. A ceiling pattern. One... Can't say publicly. Oh, no worries, Haffy. Yeah, no worries. It's all good. One of the 6 sealing stones. The mark of Solara. The air around Levi tightened instinctively. Fucking ads. Goddamn ads. Didn't even notice ads. Fuck. Can I take a piss, grab a drink? I'll be right back. Do, do, do. Alright, let's take a toke, and then we'll get on with it. Epic reveal, though. Epic reveal. Excuse me. 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright. One of the 6 sealing stones, the mark of Solara, The air around Levi tightened instinctively, even as moonlight flickered uncertainly. Sienna noticed his expression change. Levi? Dylan noticed too. His fingers rested lightly over the ring. My father gave it to me, he said quietly. Levi's jaw tightened immediately. Eston Blade. The name hit the hallway like a dropped blade. Even Sienna went still. Dylan's expression cool. Yeah. Levi stepped forward again. You burned villages. Dylan's eyes drifted to the floor as Levi spoke. You wanted children. Still silence. Levi's voice sharpened. And now you're standing outside the academy dorms pretending you suddenly changed? Like you're not a murderer in your enemy's home. Sienna flinched to the accusation. I trust you, so I DM'd you a screenshot, but it's not to be shown publicly. Alright. Dylan didn't. Instead, he looked directly at Levi. I deserved that. The honesty stalled Levi for half a second. Rain hammered harder against the windows. Dylan exhaled slowly. My father told us shifters were monsters. His fingers tightened slightly over the stone ring. The hum deepened for a moment. Creatures. Lies wearing skin. Sienna's expression darkened painfully. Dylan glanced toward her briefly before continuing. I believed him. Levi crossed his arms tightly. And now? A humorless laugh escaped Dylan. Now I think I was too blind to question the man who raised me. The hallway felt quiet. Sienna stared at him carefully. Not because she doubted him. Because saying it made it real. Levi's moonlight slowly dimmed around his hands, but suspicion still burned hard in his chest. You expect me to trust you? No. Dylan answered immediately. I expect you to hate me. That honesty again. Sharp, uncomfortable. Dylan leaned back against the cracked wall. I'm done helping hunters slaughter innocent people. Levi studied him carefully, searching for manipulation. A trap, anything false. But Dylan's expression remained steady, tired even. My father was wrong, so wrong, Dylan said quietly, and I was wrong for believing him. Sienna slowly moved closer to him. Levi noticed immediately that the distance between them had disappeared. Interesting. Dangerous. You're defecting? Levi asked. Dylan nodded once. I was sent here to weaken Shifter from the inside. His gaze darkened slightly. Instead, I found people worth protecting. Levi frowned. Suddenly that changes everything? Dylan looked towards Sienna again. Yes. The answer came too quickly to be anything except the truth. Levi noticed the look between them immediately. Oh. That explained far too much. Sienna flushed slightly when she realized he understood. Levi rubbed tiredly at his face. This is insane. Probably, Dylan admitted. You realize Commander Alt will execute you if he finds out. I know. And the hunters will kill you for betrayal. I know that too. Levi stared at him for several long seconds. Then finally, so why are you really here? Dylan's expression hardened slightly. As my father is planning something bigger. The hallway suddenly felt colder. Even the air seemed to react. Like the stone ring itself was listening. Levi's eyes narrowed. What kind of bigger? Dylan looked directly at him. The kind that ends kingdoms. Oh shit, we just raised the stakes, boys! Yeah, that's what it's all about. Let's go. Like, I knew that, see, the problem with this, though, is that, like, this is W chapters, yeah. This is, like, getting to a point where it's like, okay, now I know what's going on, because this is, like, you know, Dylan, this is exactly what happened last time. Like, they had their fated bond, and then he found out that they weren't, bad people, and then he defected. And then we found out about the ring, and all about Eston Blade, and then, you know, he becomes part of the crew. And then the next arc is
the contest for the crown. Because we haven't really gone into like Kale or what was the other guy's name that he's fighting against, like the two main people that he's fighting in the games against. I can't remember. I'm bad with names. But anyways, Ozzy, it is now your turn. So it is now your case number 2. Right? That's what we're doing? Case number 2. Oh yeah, did you guys see this from yesterday? Smokey gave me a big brain. Because he was like, show forehead, so I was like this. And then he was like, yeah, you have 400 IQ. You want to see why? And then he made this. Motherfucker. Mega Mind. Yeah. I'm too smart for my own fucking good. Oh, shit. I'm retarded. I pressed the wrong button. So a certain part of the chapter, only this case. I'd prefer if it was read from the PDF. You want me to read me directly from the PDF? Is there any way to, like... Guys, it should be illegal to have white backgrounds. Is there a way for me to change the background to not white? Because it's just, it fucking burns my eyes. That's why I have the gray background. Because I just can't do the white. It's just too much for my eyes. So, like, is there a way to get this, like, without a white background? Like in Google Docs or something? Dark Reader extension? Dark Reader? Okay, how do I get it to work? Well, I have the extension. And then here's... Oh, it's already downloaded. Wait, is that an L or an I? Didn't work. Google for the win. Can I, like, turn this off? Or, like close this to the side? Or does this have to be here? Can I hide this? I don't know how this works. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. Just zoom in enough. Okay. We'll take a toke, and then we'll get on with this. Download darkened PDF. It had a button. Poke and then read! We'll see how far we get in this case. Tabs are messy. Wait, my tabs? What tabs? Like, my bookmarks? Or like... Oak for the win! 3, 2, 1, toke! Are they messy? This is like Google stuff. This is Twitter and like social media. This is like, you know, like all of this is like support stuff for the social media. This is all of the streaming stuff. This is like Reddit and like all my places to like put all of my work. Then we have like Discord, which is kind of random, I guess, and then Kindle, D&D, and Chihuahua Story. I guess, well, I mean, we could leave it there. We don't need to get rid of it. We can still have it present. It doesn't matter. What about this tab? This tab is fucked. I forgot about this. Square Enix creators. Cleaned my other bookmarks. There's no reason in getting rid of them. You can have infinite amount, right? Like... all the ones that I use all the time. Like, these are, you know, my standards for everything. I had the reason since the cleanup. DM view my bookmark. You have files, though. Why would... Then you have to, like, double-click shit. I go for, like, a maximum optimization of everything in front of me, minimum amount of clicks. I hate foldering fucking shit. Anyways. Let's get on with Ozzy's story. Case 2. Same place, same incident. Sife's office. Hawk and Truth Law Firm. 5 years after arriving in Russia. For the past 5 years, Brad Truth had been extensively studying to become the advocate. Russian for lawyer in Russia. It was one of Saif's full name, Saif Ulaq, mother's side, or Saif ibn Hakam, father's side. Condition for Brad as he took his office to his home. Warning, missing words, ass-em-replacements. Yeah, ass-em-replacements. Yeah, it's all good. No worries. Remember, I don't understand English or take any kind of grammatical understanding whatsoever, as long as the words make a picture. That's all that's going through my head. Today, in Saif's medium-sized office, lit by the large window with snow falling outside, as the clock struck 7:30, Brad, in a gray suit and green tie, brown hair, and combed
Words! Brown hair, hand-combed, rightward. What does your bookmark look like? Wait, what? I didn't notice I had an actual comment at the top. I thought it was just a picture. I was like, wait, what? I'm blind, okay? Shut up. Brown hair, hand-combed, rightward. Sat hunched on the office's brown sofa, joint, palms sided, pressed his mouth. That's for others to see. And me to know? I see. Student. You look like you'll cry any minute, said Safe in dark blue. Dasha. Left hand gloved and face wrapped in red and white checker pattern kevia. Sitting in an office swivel chair with a long backrest. His favorite bobblehead and a blue suit from a courtroom drama Japanese visual novel. My NSFW tab is hidden. I don't have that on this PC. I don't have anything that's compromising on this PC. Brad met Safe's eyes. I'm just afraid, Chief. Afraid that after all the effort spanning half a decade, I will fail the exams. Oh, I almost forgot. What's up, Ozzy? Understandable. Human thing. It's just doing your best and leave the rest to the Lord above. Big music recommendation. Okay, what's this? No, but like, I know it's background music, but like, what is it? Wait, what the fuck is this? Okay. Alright. Wait, is there like... Oh, no, this is the full document. Chinese musical instruments. Alright. I mean, we are watching Wukong in the background, so why not have Chinese instruments for a Chinese game, right? Fuck it, let's go. Brad met Safe's eyes. I'm just afraid, Chief. Afraid that after all the effort spanning half a decade, I will fail the exams. An understandable human thing. It's just doing your best and leave the rest to the Lord above. Yeah, but... Huh. Brad's back, met the sofa's backrest, rubbing his temple. After you said that, I wanted to revise. I don't want to look at the book again. I'll forget everything. Ha ha ha. Another human thing. Look, he leaned in, fingers interlocking, serious. It's easy to manifest decreased difficulty if you're prepared. You've prepared. Brad's lips pressed thin. Right. Does that actually work? Bzz. Brad's phone vibrated in his pocket, prompting him to take it out. Oh, cousin Sharon just messaged. He opened his phone and went to the messaging app. Cousin Sharon, online. Yesterday. I'm hitting the sack. 10:04 p.m. Write what you memorized. 10:05. I'll stay in that noggin and never. It'll stay in that noggin and never. Right. Good night, sis. Morning, how you doing? With a sigh, Brad typed back. To be honest, afraid of failing, all that effort down the drain. Sharing his cowboy accent and never leave. Oh. Brad set his phone on his chest, hand meeting his temple. Bzz, another message. What are you afraid of? You passed future Gen Uni's toughest exam. What's a little lawyer exam to you, huh? Scoffed as he realized his past achievement. Yeah, he muttered. I did do that. Feeling a little better, he began typing. Thanks, sis. You always knew how to cheer me up. Pocketed his phone and stood up. Scythe closed his eyes. What makes you feel even better? Eyes opened. He looked at him. You will not be kicked out of the office if fail. Really? Brad's eyes widened. Safe crossed his arms. I guessed. Yes. He gave a nod. Really, however, You only get 3 chances, he said, showing 3 fingers. After hearing that, I'll only need 1, Brad waved, heading for the exit. Solid. Thank you for the reassurance. You are welcome, Safe waved back. Every missed word is being marked. Okay. Creak, click. Brad left the firm for his examination. Safe's back met the backrest, arms crossed and smiling. The wind, had been pushing the ship its entire stay. Its destination will be America. Within the large examination hall, flooded with students of different age, gender, and heights, Brad among them flipped the answer sheet, writing with his blue pen. Question matter knowledge flowered with his pen. His mind went to the past, a time when he first opened up to his toddler brother, David. 72 cents in Bitcoin. One day, Happy, that'll be worth $1 million. Why, you said? Big the Blad. This isn't sadness, David. It is stress. Stress? It's like playing with your car and the tire keeps breaking every time you run it across the floor. Huh? That would make me mad. Yeah, our parents are like that, but instead of having the ability to fix the tire, putting it back on its place, you have to change the toys inside yourself. What do you mean? Our roots are the problem, Davy. They are infected by a sickness. The sickness of meritocracy. Meritocracy? Yes, good job. Brad's voice took on a bitter edge. Doctor, engineer, good body, good wife. You're at the top. Bad job, trash man, burning burger joint, bad body, ugly life. You are dirt, you are poo. What is wrong with that? Everything. Every job contributes to society like the parts of a toy. Good parts make a good toy. A good doctor is better than a bad one. It's about how good a person is at their job, not the job itself. Their mindset, the way they think, is stupid, silly, and childish. Good body, I agree with. But a good wife? Arg. It's not in my control, dang it. Huh. Thanks for the hug. It's frustrating being the only one aware of the family's issues. Interesting, interaction. Let's let's groom our younger brother into hating the family just like me. Qualification Commission of the Chamber of Advocates. Central Administrative District. A few hours later, under the tapestry of clouds, snow blanketed the sidewalk and roads, fluffing the cars' roofs white, giving them Dagestani fur hats. Dagestani? For some reason, this is the only flashback. We'll fix that in the next iteration. Okay. Under the tapestry of clouds, snow blanketed the sidewalk and roads, fluffing the cars' roofs white, giving them Dagestani fur hats. A large, many-window building, featuring heavy pilasters and a monumental portal, where the exam housed many students each year. Brad is among them, being judged for his deeds he wrote on paper. Finally, the time when exams has reached its end and results were digitally announced. All exited the building. Brad, along with 2 lawyers, his new friends, and other candidates, men and women, young and old, in different colored suits, exited the large double doors. They all doubled over, as if hiking a huge mountain and standing atop its peak. Some heaved a long sigh of relief. Others collapsed on their knees, praying for prostration. His first friend towered the 2, broad shoulders and rectangular face. Medvedev, bare in the Russian word and in the physical sense. He wore a brown suit over a green dress shirt and green tie. other friend, Nikita, a nerd, scrawny with a large nose, a pimple on the right, and wears glasses, sat on top. Body was hunched over. Byproduct, he told Brad of his keyboard warrior and social media addiction. Finally stopped during this tenure, fucking hell, I can't read, of study. He donned a crisp black suit and black tie over a white dress shirt. Kita's description, I have many issues, especially with prose. Oh, thank Jesus, we're done. Brad heaved, bent over, holding his knees. I'm inclined to agree, replied Nikita, his voice kept nasally. Studying past papers from 1700s to the 20th century hadn't helped at all. Brad looked at him with a raised eyebrow. In all of that, you hadn't thought the laws would change, and other Proctor things that prevents sham lawyers from arising. That was my first thought. The past papers were thought number 1,000. Nerd. Brad turned to Medivdev. Fuck. Craning his neck upward. What about you? Felt any difficult? Yes, he replied tersely. Low pitch and expressionless, but always terse. Nikita removed his glasses and wiped the fog of winter, standing before the two. Now that we are advocates, what path shall you take? Starting with you, he gestured, his spectacles, wipes at Medvedev. Uncle's office, block 1, downtown, business district. I swear he could flip a car. I just hadn't asked him to do it. And you, my eagle friend? Fucking ads! God damn it. I'll be right back. I take a piss. Oh! Sajin Komamura type shit. Give the bear a deeper voice. I have no idea, Ozzy. I have no idea. Oh. A literal furry. A huge bonkai. Yeah. You're not allowed to fault me if I fuck up, Ozzy, okay? Because I'm not good at this shit. Okay? You're not allowed to make fun of me. 3, 2. Understand what he mean by eagle friend? No. 3, 2. You are not at fault, good sir. 3, 2, 1, toke.
Brad, an American, is in Russia to be its advocate. Oh, so it's a reference to America because of the eagle? Okay. Tenure ends when his family fixes the meritocracy. Well, Brad scratched his chin, musing. I'll be, as usual, working at my mentor's office. I mean, spending 5 years under his roof warrants, squeezed his eyes shut, finding a smart word before a smart friend. To reciprocate. Understandable notion, however. His office at the end of the block, where he'll barely acquire scraps, or lucky few arriving from the opposite direction. Brad nodded, gaze lowered. Kind of agree, and so does he. But he had, I assume, and if you want to verify, you can ask him. An upbringing in a poor family, hence he chose the cheapest option. I take it as you working with him despite the terrible circumstance. Brad sighed. His frankness, yes, however terrible, yes. Whatever floats your boat or guides the winds under the feathers of your flight. Nikita's gaze shifted to Medvedev. Let us take our leave. His mentor awaits him downstairs. He nodded toward the stairs behind him, and Brad followed the nod, found safe, leaning on the car, not his, with his arms crossed and head lowered, snow pooled on the shoulders, and Kevia covered head. I guess we are not going to celebrate in a cafe or something. Nikita shook his head. Family arrangements. Oh. Well then, I'll see you at the weekend. Nikita and Medvedev waved him as he descended down the stairs to safe. Standing still as a statue, further snow piling on his body. Hey, Chief, Brad tilted his head. You awake? I never sleep, Safe said coldly, as if it was universal truth. Then he looked at him, a smile hidden behind his keffia-covered face. At least not in the afternoon. So guys, I heard of a new conspiracy theory today that I've never heard of before, and I fucking love it. So the reason that humans need to sleep, or animals need to sleep, and everyone needs to sleep, is the fact that the simulation that we're running on can't handle everyone running at once. So you have to, have a certain amount of them not active in order to, save memory. Or it, overheats the system. And that's why the population size doesn't actually matter, because it can be oriented by, sleep patterns and stuff like that. That's a crazy one, right? I like it. I really like it. It's a conserving of power thing. So in an interesting theory, because think about it, in heaven, you don't need to sleep, right? There's no sleep in heaven or hell, right? You only have sleep on earth. Only mortals sleep, right? Scythe dusted the snow off his body and pocketed his hand. So, my newly sorted to the shoulders, stamped and licensed advocate of the motherland, gestured dramatically at Brad. How doth thou feel at this present moment? I feel... Brad looked down at himself, touching his stomach and chest, and the opposite again. Same? I'm tired and exhausted. Who wouldn't be? I didn't collapse. Not in front of everyone, that is. Such is the nature of becoming a lawyer here. Speaking of, I think we should return. That clean sofa is awaiting his patron. I mean, I could definitely tell, your way of using dialogue, individualizes each character, right? You could tell from each character that an aspect of their personality drives their, purpose of dialogue, right? Just like he was saying earlier with, choosing the right word around the right person to be, make sure that he sounds intelligent around them. Yeah, absolutely, Ozzy. Absolutely. Brad let out a deep exhale, removing all the stress of the exam and letting his shoulders become loose, as if the puppet master dropped the strings of the puppet. Thanks, Chief. Sleep is, definitely what I need. With that, Syph and Brad walked together back to the office for a bunk was calling his name. Hack and Truth Law Firm, downtown business district. Well, oh, wait a minute! Brad rubbed his eyes, questioning his own vision as he read the firm's signboard. Style akin to those Victorian era, with its serif font. Truth turned to Syph. Both standing on the metal catwalk and descending downward to the ground. The snow hand dusted off the railing, leaving a thin layer. Me? Truth? He asked with widened eyes. Truth and Brad Truth. My name? Syph placed his hands on his hips, looking at the signboard. Yup, your surname, Truth. But why? He asked in high-pitched disbelief. Take it as, Syph pocketed his hands, head lowered, a reward for becoming a lawyer. So he just became, like, a partner? And got, like, his name on the board? Damn. Thank you so much, said Brad, enveloping Syph in a hug, taken aback and off balance by the stairs they just climbed. Fuck yeah. Wait, Syph caught the guardrail and was like, oh. Brad released the hug, scratching the back of his head. Sorry about that. Such is Syph's generosity. But there's, like, something hiding in the background, right? He's gonna hold it over his head. He's gonna use it to abuse him. He's gonna be like, you know, there's gonna be some sort of negative that comes out of it. Like, he's like, you can't leave now. Now you're my spy. I'm okay. Only this time. Nothing like that. Okay, so this is genuine. This is genuine. I'm okay. Syph's voice cracked, looking down the stairs. 'Tis just a little tumble, nothing more. Oh no, I think I broke him. The two entered the passing and passed the client area, a small sitting place with a black sofa that faced two sofa chairs, a glass coffee table between them, to the office. Client area is repeatedly described. Will be fixed in future revision. My suggestion, Ozzy, is re-describe a place every time there's a shift in mood. And always set the atmosphere for a setting with a mood of a character. Hard cannon! Whoa! You kind of look like me. That's wild. Holy shit, hard cannon. Yo, that's crazy. What you at? What you doing? What you got, my man? Welcome, welcome. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. Here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of beta reading to expand your audience and critique your work. But good to see you, hand cannon. Yeah, I know. There's like, throughout my life, I've had multiple things where I'm like, that guy looks like me. Like, there's this DDR guy back in like 2011, looked exactly like me. He was doing like backflips on DDR shit. And then like last season on like a show called The Voice, which is like a thing to find singers, there's like a guy who looked like me. Is like, you know, he's got like ponytail, long blonde hair, like full beard and stuff. I was like, dude, that's fucked up. Dude, I have like 8, remember, there's 7 or 8 people out there that look like you, because there's only like 1.2 billion possibilities of a face. All those things, but above all else, I fancy myself a warrior poet. Oh, fuck yeah, that sounds epic. I would love to hear your stuff, Cannon. We need more poetry up in here. I love poetry and like plays and like, you know, just like over the top kind of stuff that's like, you can just throw away all the rules and do whatever you want with it kind of idea. And then insert that inside of like an actual story or something. I love to play around with that kind of stuff. That's why one of my main Final Fantasy books, like one of the big components to it is plays, songs, dances, stories and stuff like that. Imagine like an opera house, right? Gotta crank the theatrics to 11? Absolutely. Otherwise, what's the point? Right? It's not interesting. You gotta make it crazy and like over the top. Like, I love like abstract poetic concepts. It's illegal not to. Exactly. So, like, for instance, think about this. So it's not quite a poem, but it's a short story in a, like, poetic nature, but the entirety of it is describing a pothole on a road, like, freezing and melting and being, like, cracked and broken. And it's like the scars and layers of a friendship that's built to last like a lifetime. And it's like you have all of this like baggage and like layers of intensity and information and back and forths, fallouts and back togethers and years that you never talk to each other and then you're best friends again, right? All described by this puddle of water freezing over and melting. I love that kind of fucking idea. Punishable by excommunicado. I agree, Canon. Absolutely. Absolutely. A wonderful, meaningful analogy. Exactly, right? I love putting that stuff into my work because I feel like it needs something that has substance to it in a way, right? Not necessarily a message, but a defining direction of an image, right? To give you a feeling of some kind, whether that's like slightly despair, whether that's excitement, whether that's, you know, inadequacy, whether that's like a spark of inspiration, whatever you can find, use that to your maximum, right? Alright, we are currently reading Ozzy's story, which is lawyers and a law case. Brad removed his suit coat. Oh, and if you want, Canon, feel free to join up in the Discord if you want to, you know, share your stuff in the Discord for other people to see it and all that good stuff, critique other people's works and do whatever.
Fraud! Where's my toque? 700 septillion!
Thank you for following Hard Cannon. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4 less than 3 plus 1.
Hell yeah, let's go. Thank you for the follow, bro. I really appreciate it. Let's do a toke for that shit. Let's get her done! We're on a whole new level, right? Bring it up. 3, 2, 1, toke! Back at her, let's go. Brad removed the suit coat, set it on armrests on the sofa, and plopped it on it with a long sigh. Well, student, Safe said, holding the doorknob. It is time to depart to the land of dreams. I will leave you be. Good night. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. Creak, click. Safe closed the office door, leaving him be. Brad lay down on the sofa, covering his eyes with his forearm, and slept. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Took out his phone, finding a notification from Cousin Sharon. So, how did it go? Yeah, I figured I'll get a message from her. Typed back. It went amazing! Not exactly 100%. Let's just say I passed with flying colors. Ha! I know what's coming. That's great! I'll tell them right away. He let out a single whistle, placing his phone on his chest and woohoo! Forwarded Mom. That's my son right there! Brad scoffed, smiling as his eyes glistened from the phone screen. Being appreciated filled his heart with gratitude, but then his smile faltered. Where were their parenting when he was being behind bars? Wait, what? Behind bars? Wait, this guy's a criminal? Wait, that's right. Didn't he reform himself and then want to become a lawyer? I think I'm remembering something like that. And, Cannon, let me know if the bot doesn't work, because sometimes the verification bot doesn't work in the Discord. He was arrested in America in a cafe. Okay. Stupid bot. Because Callie was the one who did the bots, and Callie's not here anymore. And that French student. The guy who framed him, correct? Because this is the same guy from case 1. He is moving on with his life because he has now become more over the top with it, correct? I still say he's dumb for picking up the gun. Why would you pick up the gun? And that's right, his family was all being, like, distant and, like... Yeah, okay, now I'm remembering, and the guy was like, yo, I want to come with you, because he was like, I don't have anything left, they all ignored me. They all hate me. Mesmerized and confused, if you'd recall. True, Ozzy, but I still think it's retarded to pick up the gun. You hear gunshots go off, a gun lands in front of you, the last thing I would think of is to pick up the gun, because you're going to be like, well, they're obviously going to charge me, because I'm going to be the guy with the gun. Oh, what the fuck is this? Ah! I still think it's fucking funny, though, don't get me wrong, I like it, I just think it's retarded. Which makes it, like, funnier, right? Because, like, why would you do that? And then this character's, like, super smart and, like, intuitive, it's just, like, in the moment, you just freeze, right? Your brain just turns off. You're just not paying attention, right? It's totally understandable. But it's still retarded in hindsight. Brad scoffs, smiling. Yeah, exactly. It is, yeah. But, you know, half the shit you do in hindsight is retarded. At least half the shit I do is retarded. I'm like, why did I fucking do that? Right? Learn your lesson, god damn it! Smiling as his eyes glistened from the phone screen, being appreciated filled his heart with gratitude. But then, smile faltered. Where were their parenting when he was behind bars? Why now do they appreciate his worth? Why must he be a continent and ocean of a continent? Is this supposed to say continent? Because he's in Russia, not in America, right? So why must he be a continent and ocean apart? Go this far to discredit what his family was built upon. That sentiment, he replied back. We still don't know is he like a son of like the fucking Rothschilds or some shit? Like some sort of like really important family, and he's like, these guys like rule everything, and I just want nothing to be a part of it. Like that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from it, right? They're either political, or they have some sort of influence in some way. Middle class, thinking they rich. Oh, so they think that they're important, but they're not actually. Okay. Okay, so like, okay. That kind of makes more sense. Right? Context is important for that, because I can understand that. Yeah, I absolutely know the types. Absolutely. Squeezed his eyes shut, knowing the wrench had thrown. Oh, wait. I wish I knew where their celebration came from. Is it from the heart or the mouth? Squeezed his eyes shut, knowing the wrench he had thrown. I don't know what to say, nor how can I convince you to come back. Brad placed his phone on his chest, wiping his eyes, and picked it up. You were one of them. You didn't accept my call. When everyone abandoned this family's social credit system. Good job. Good wife, big house means good status. Stop measuring yourself like that. Then, and only then, I'll come back. Goodbye. He turned off the vibration to the phone itself, placed it beside his head, lying on his side. Sleep overtook him, with an atom's worth of regret in his heart. A few hours later, Brad felt the earth beneath him shake violently. When he opened his eyes, his vision was blurred, like the whole world was watercolored, and his
in this disorientation, a distant voice, becoming louder and louder, called out to him. Hey! Hey! Safe, shook Brad. A new client has arrived, and I want you to be a part of it. Groggy Brad groaned, sitting up while rubbing his eyes. Socked feet on the ground. Think fast, said Safe, throwing something toward him. Thud. Lightly hit Brad's chest before falling between his thighs and the sofa. Blinking, Brad looked downward, finding a tiny bottle of iced espresso in the small fridge in the office desk's knee space. Safe stood by the doorway. They're waiting outside. Ready yourself, quick. Chug that shit! Go down! Shotgun it! Fuck it! Shotgun that shit! Brad, with some awareness returning, nodded. Chug it! Oh god, my heart is beating so fast! Brad, with some awareness, returned, nodded, drowned the bottle. Washed his face in the office-connected bathroom, wore his gray coat, and exited to the client area. Gotta love it when you're sleeping in office! Client area was the same as the office. Medium, large window, displaying the snow falling outside, lit the dark gray walls and tiled floors. Black sofa faced 2 sofa chairs. A glass coffee table separated them. Sitting on the sofa were parents, a mother and father, both in their 40s with wrinkled faces. The mother had above-shoulders blonde hair and face wrinkly. She wore a green and light blue winter hat, the same colored winter jacket, and green loose sweatpants, whereas the father, salt and pepper brown hair covered with an Ushanka detective type long coat and thick track pants. Description could be better. I was gonna say the description is like on point for like stylistic reasons. Oh, is that like the fluffy one with like the flaps? Yes. Okay. Yeah. No, I think the description's fine. Because, okay, Ozzy, this is the thing I think people... This is my advice for descriptions. Okay? Start slow. What does the scene require you to describe about the character? And then every scene with that character, you add more and more detail to that character. Because if you just unload on someone all of the detail, it gets lost in the amount of information that you're trying to absorb. So, my suggestion is always 3 aspects, and make those aspects adhere to the, like, meaning of the scene. That word, unload. I'm afraid of that. It's the difference between the information I asked for and saying, why are you telling me this? Right? And it's like I was saying earlier with, like, characters of being, like, you know, don't drop the backstory of your character right at the beginning because no one cares about the character at the beginning. So they're not going to resonate with it. It's just going to feel like, why are you telling me this? Same goes for descriptions for introducing characters. Like, for instance, when I introduced my character, right? Like, in Chapter 3 today, all I described was the fact that he was wearing armor. The armor was bright. And it had, like, a sigil of royalty. So you can imagine how, like, fancy and over the top it is. But, I mean, I will eventually add in the fact that it has, like, a blue cape on it. Like, there's specific things about his gauntlets, just to give you, like, an overall image. But I want, like, you know, shoulder pads with cape
and, like, the way his gauntlets and boots look. And then that orients the rest of the way you could imagine. Yeah, it looks cool in the head, and then you can add more details onto it of being, like, you know, spikes or, like, joint pads or, like, different colorations, stuff like that. You know, maybe he has, like, a sash hanging across his chest, or, like, you know, like a sash hanging down his leg or something like that with, like, you know, like, I want to have, like, part of the military, like, knight thing is, like, the banner on their armor, but it's kind of like a half skirt banner of the flag that just goes down, like, the right thigh. And it's, like, it's just, like, the logo of, like, the military, basically. But instead of having something, like, on your chest or something like that, I wanted it, like kind of like a, you know, like a scarf kind of thing as, like, a leg piece. Because I just thought it would look cool. It's like a cloth. Yeah, exactly. And it's wearing the flag. Yeah, exactly. You're representing the flag at all points in times. And it's like, the way that they fight is fight with that flag being, like, it's like aggressive way that they fight with the flag being presented, where you protect the flag, but you always have to have the flag forward because it's like your right foot, right? So with, like, your stance, it would always be forward facing. So it's like you're putting yourself in danger, but you have to make sure that you're protecting yourself. And I wanted that to come off in the way that they, like, were trained as knights, and it's like the mentality behind it, right? Because that leads into, like, the brainwashing of the conspiracy of, like, how the entire system is built. So it's, like, extremely important to like, realize those kinds of details, right? Sitting on the sofa, we're pants. A mother, we're Jeez, why say pants? Why the fuck did I say pants? Ads! Okay, I deserve that. I deserve that, guys. I don't know what's going on. I'm just fucking retarded. Fuck it, you know, it is what it is. We'll just take a step back. We'll take a step back, we'll take a couple tokes, and we'll just say it never happened. If we don't remember it, it didn't happen, okay? It's not like it was recorded, right? It's not like it'll be forever on YouTube. It's not like someone can always come back to it and point it out and be like, ha ha! You know, not every mistake I've ever made has been recorded and immortalized on the internet. You know, that would be a weird fucking life to live, right? Could you imagine that? Having every moment recorded? I just wouldn't take anyone seriously. Some 1984 shit, and yes, yeah. That's why I have the ability to press the button that says stop stream. Oh, I believe it too, Ozzy. If it, like, my thing is, Ozzy, my real truth, this is a hot take, but it's already happened. Every device in your house is listening to you. Every device is watching you. Your computer is watching you. Your monitor is watching you. Your phone is watching you. Your mouse is watching you. Your vape is listening to you, right? Like, I honestly believe we already live in that world. You can stop that. It's true. Yeah. Buy old shit. Exactly. And now there's, like, this new thing where it's like, you know, they can detect your heartbeat through a wall at, like, 30,000 feet. Like, eventually it's just like, yeah, there's gonna be, like, they have, like, a video game with, like, an observer in a cheat mode that just flies around. That's literally gonna be, like, what the government is. It's just, they're just gonna literally be. Had to update my Discord account, lol, it had all my old socials and screen names on it. Oh, that's so annoying, Canon, when you have to, like, update everything, like, all of your stuff, and then it's like, everyone's getting a hold of you on, like, old, dead contact lines, and you're like, why is no one talking to me? And it's like, oh, fuck. God damn it. I think it's time for a cabin in the woods or mountains. True, Ozzy. What is it? Like the Gen Zs that were like, hey, let's just go off the reservation and, you know, go build a cabin in the woods. Go off the grid. just kind of disappear a little bit. It is what it is. Yeah, off the grid. 3, 2, 1, toke! Mountain and trees be a signal blocker. Like in the middle of a valley, and it's like M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. I mean, the Amish are doing something right. I will say that, right? When we all die off because we're fucked and technology dies, the Amish are gonna inherit the earth. Sense of community, then isolation. Yeah. I think it's I think it's extremely important to like maintain certain societies that are I'm too spoiled, Ozzy. I'm way too spoiled to become Amish. Nah, they'll share their knowledge. Well, the problem is, Canon, that people are dumb and they're stubborn. So it's not that they wouldn't try to help, it's that I think people wouldn't accept their help. Does that make sense? So, yeah. Like, I'm the one who I will definitely, like, I'm all in. Like, if technology disappeared and I didn't have a choice, yeah, sure, I'm all in. I love, like, fucking going into the woods and doing shit and, like, you know, fucking around and, you know, being active and, like, helping people out and doing stuff. So it's like, just tell me what to do, man. Teach me how to do it. Let the anti-intellectuals die out, I say. Same. It's say, but true. Sad, but true. Yeah. Idiocracy. The fact that the intellectuals don't breed as much as the retards, so the retards take over everything because there's just more of them and our system just allows vote by majority. So all the retards, if there's, you know, more retards, then they just win out and then they can be manipulated into getting everything to basically fall apart. And now we live in 2026 where people are shitting on the street. People are being stabbed to death and being handcuffed while they bleed out. And, you know, teen takeovers are taking over the center of the streets and shooting off AK-47s. And, you know, ICE is cheering when Spanish ICE workers leave ICE facilities. Like, guys, we live in a fucked up world, man. You know, and no one can agree that destroying the government in Iran is a good thing because the government in Iran sponsors terrorism. And if the people in Iran could go back to pre-1979 revolution with the press of a button, they would all press that button. But you know, it is what it is, right? Who cares? Fuck it. We're just authors, right? We're just creatives. We're just trying to get by, right? We can use that as inspiration, though. All the whores and politicians will look up and shout, "Save us!" And I'll look down and whisper, "No." Oh! True, Canon. True. That would be the hardest thing to do. Rorschach. Yeah. Watchmen. It goes so fucking hard. So when I wish I could do fucking voices and stuff like that. That'd be like badass. Current setting is heavily inspired by Watchmen. Nice. I've been rereading it. Fuck yeah. I love Watchmen. It's so good. It's The Boys before The Boys. Right? Like the real, like, heavy political, without like the satire, right? It's more down to earth and realism of like a real take on it. Especially like I'm bad with names. Adrian Vaught. Which is funny because it's like Adrian, like, it is Adrian Vaught, right? Like, because I was like the comparisons between The Boys and Watchmen, and using like the same like company name Vaught. is like always to me, like, I'm not sure if it is, but it seems like it's a nod to Watchmen, right? And it's just like a different style of looking at it, right? It's I wouldn't say it's less dark, because it's still dark and fucked up, but I'd say it's more on a home front, where at like for like specifically America, whereas like Watchmen has like a lot of elements of the entire world, right? Like the entire concept of it is like the fact that like World War III would basically destroy the Earth, right? Whereas like Soups in The Boys is a little bit different, right? But I do love like looking at the comparisons between things like that and seeing how and if the authors were inspired through things like that. Psychitech. I fucking have no idea. Psych, what's up? I, for one, think that we should not be differentiated by intelligence, but by who is actually a good person, and uninformed person can still be good. I absolutely agree with you, Psych, 100%. Because this is like a weird thing for like a lot of people, but it's like the idea of you can rape and pillage as much as you want, and my response to that is I do, which is 0. And even if there was never a consequence to it ever, I would never change my actions. Right? So it's like, can you really the intellectual doesn't have to be dumb, they just have to hate people's pursuit of truth. Yeah, the anti-intellectual is just someone who disdains people who are smart and tries to push them down and tries to break them apart and like try to, you know, degrade them in a way and like separate them and be like, yo, you know, you're like putting us down because we're not as smart as you. It's like those are the kinds of people that we're like talking about, right? The true goyim. But Psych, how's it going? What you doing? What you at? What you got, my man? How's your day going today? What you at? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of beta reading to expose your work to a higher audience, and a little bit of critique. But yeah, good to see you in here. I recognize you from last night from Johnny's stream. It's Johnny, right? I can't remember his full. It's like something like that. I'm terrible with names. I'm terrible with names. But yeah, I'm dabbling in creative things. Ooh, I love creative things. I'm like, I would consider myself more of an expressive creative than a writer because I love coming up with ideas and making ideas more than I do writing. I want to write them because I want to solidify them, but at the end of the day, if I could just like go have like a ghostwriter or like just like sell my ideas to people, like I'd probably do that. But like I still want to have books under my belt before I would do something like that because I want to be able to express myself, right? If someone takes longer to understand something, I appreciate them for their effort. I know it isn't easy, and I struggle to understand all sorts of things, but that pursuit of knowledge, even if it hurts them, is beautiful and courageous in itself. Exactly, Canon. Like the fact that we have the internet, and we have every piece of human knowledge at the tip of our fingers with the simple type of a word, and people are still dumb. Like, at that point, it's learned or purposeful ignorance. Like the title of the stream today, perceived democracy, right? Where to the public's eye, we have the ideas and the vote, but behind the scenes, our vote doesn't actually change anything because the people we vote for just lie about what they're doing. Performative. Yeah, performative. Exactly. And it's like, that's how like Menos, Legion, and Techno are all built in the background, is the people really don't have a say in anything. They have the perspective that they have a say. And like the government goes along with like 20 to 30% of what the people do, just enough to satisfy the people so they don't like actually come together and do something, right? And that's like the foundational basis of you're supposed to be like scratching your head in the background, like, how are these countries at war? How do they hate each other? Yet they all run on the basic fundamental purposes and principles. And like their cultures are all based on this, except one is technological and one is religious. And it's because, well, their leaders are in fucking cahoots. And the whole thing's a giant fucking conspiracy scam. And it's all a fucking lie. And it's all at the end of the day, because for Stoner Girl Evolution, at the end of the day, the entire premise of the story is two leaders who have a bet. The religious leader is like, I bet that the goddess is real and we could capture her and we could make her do our bidding. And the technology leader is like, yo, if the goddess is real, maybe we can enhance our technology with it. Let's try it. So they build a machine to capture consciousnesses from other realities and eventually wind up capturing the goddess. The problem is they captured in the wrong body because of a coincidence, and that starts the story. So an anti-intellectual will be someone against education for disinformation, right? Just for control and power. Exactly, psych. That would be like another side of the coin, would be someone who the reason why they want power is so that they're the ones that tell you what you're allowed to know. Which is why, like, for instance, despite the fact we have YouTube and we have the internet, we still have schools and we still have teachers and we still have like a curriculum, even though technically you could learn more in 12 hours than you might learn in 3 years at school through like interesting YouTube videos if you know what you're doing. And then you have like I don't understand why there isn't like a sanctioned government like YouTube thing where it's like, you know how every company has like tutorial videos for what's the word, orientation? There should be like an open public access internet site where every company in the country has to put all of their like training videos as like open source, so anyone and everyone has access to just learning that information. And like lectures and like books and like just giving you the resources for free to learn whatever it is you want to learn. Like, I don't understand how that's not a thing in the year 2026. Like, that, when I was, like, 15, like, the thoughts that I had for what fucking 2026 would look like in, this would have been, like, 2007, 2008, 20 years into the future? Oh my, I'm so disappointed. I am so fucking disappointed. Because the anti-competitive clauses, well, there's stuff like that, there's other, like, oh, you can't, like the idea of going against technological evolution because of, like, for instance, with AI, where it's like, we don't want jobs to go out. Well, jobs already went out because of automation, so it's like, well, shit, what are you gonna do, right? Me too, take me back. But is an anti-intellectual also a person that doesn't seek out true information and are woefully inferior? I feel like there needs to be another word for that. Yeah, those are just woefully ignorant people. Where it's like, you know that you have all the access to all the information, and yet you don't care about it. You're just not encouraged, you're not motivated, you live in your own bubble, and you're glad that you have your bubble. And you know why those people, like 80% of the reason why, we were talking about this earlier, is fear. People fear going outside of their bubble and learning things, because learning what the actual world is really like versus what they imagined the world was like inside of their bubble. Like, we were talking about, like, Epstein files, Bohemian Grove, Harvey Weinstein, you know, Hollywood cover-ups, like Bill Cosby. Like, how does this shit happen, and yet there's no response from the public? Yet somehow, with ICE and stuff like that, I'm Canadian, so like I have like an outside perspective for this, but with like ICE, it's like, how do you guys have like this like ICE rallies to the point where it's like, you know, like someone like Renee Good gets shot, or some guy like the fucking other guy who brought the gun, who brings a gun to a fucking protest and then interacts with the police in a negative way? You're gonna get fucking shot. And then everyone feels bad for them. George Floyd versus Charlie Kirk. Like, what the fuck kind of twisted world do we live in? So a lot of people want to live in a fictional world. And you know, guys, at the end of the day, it's a good thing for us as creatives, because people don't want to live in the real world. They want to live in a fantasy world, and if you can make that fantasy world for them, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. All I'm saying, hey, it's the way the world is. But anyways, I'm gonna take a toke, and we're gonna get back to reading Ozzy's story. But great fucking tangent, guys. I love this shit. Hope you are enjoying the show. I know we tend to be a little over the top here, but hopefully that grows on you. I think people are willfully ignorant, like that, may feel disempowered, like they don't have any control and just give up. That's another point too, Psych. I absolutely agree with that, because I'm on that spectrum. Whereas, like, hey, so my dad was a whistleblower for the government, and the reason that I'm in the position I am today is that he spent 11 years fighting against the government to get what he fucking deserved, and he fucking won. But it took 11 years and, like, almost the loss of his family and his house and everything, but he didn't give up. And he won. So there is a use case for, like, winning. It's just what you have to give up in order to make that win is so devastating and so brutal. And it's like, it's something that, like, we're lucky we came back from, because we're a fucking connected, tight, amazing family. But I can imagine that no way a family's gonna survive 11 years of that shit. Especially because, like, I have a temper, my dad has a temper, it gets fucking out of hand, it's bad for 11 fucking years, from when I was, like, 11 to, like, 22. So it's like my entire growing up, adolescence, was, like, watching all of this shit go down. All because my dad would not give up, because he knew that if he did, shit was gonna go bad. And shit is still bad even though we fought against the government. And in the end of the day, it never really changed anything except for the fact that he is provided by for the government now. And that's a whole other category. That's a failure of spirit, not character. Sometimes that failure of spirit is environmentally induced. Exactly. Look, my dad went from being a Christian to being an atheist to looking to, like, Eastern mysticism, to getting into science and quantum mechanics, into the Seth material, into consciousness, into understanding, lucid dreaming, astral projection, past lives, alternate realities, and yeah. It's been my life has been a goddamn journey. That's why I like sharing it with other people, because it's like, I feel it's so fascinating what I've gone through and how I've lived, and that sparked the creativity and the expression that I have, and I want to show that that's such an easy thing to grasp onto and express for yourself, right? I was speaking in response to Sykes' point about those who feel disempowered. I feel that, though, family is difficult. Oh no, I agree with you, Cannon, that it's like, there's the two spectrums of being like, I could totally see realities in which my dad didn't give up, or my dad did give up. And it's like, my dad struggled with an extremely emotional thing his entire life. His mom died at 17 of cancer due to celiac disease. And because my dad had a really rough raising and he didn't really get along with the family and stuff, he never saw his mom at the end. And it caused him to basically, like, destroy his own life out of guilt. And it took him years to, like, cope with that. And then eventually he got to the point where it was like, he forgave himself for, being like that. And it's like, you can't change the past, but I can change how I perceive it now and use that to enact how I go forward with my life, right? And it's like, to me, that's just a powerful fucking story, right? And maybe it's just because it resonates with me because I lived through it, but, it's one of those human, like, down-to-earth things, right? Anyways, 3, 2, 1, toke! Okay, here we go. No more mistakes. Sitting on the sofa were parents, a mother and father.
both in their 40s with wrinkly faces.
What an insightful conversation. I love conversations like that. That's what this channel is all about. Insightful, uncomfortable, ridiculous, over the top, you know, nothing is off limits, basically, which allows us to, you know, find all the spectrums of thought and like perspective, right? And there's no like animosity, there's no right and wrong, it's simply expression of yourself. And as long as there's no overall judgment towards that in a negative way, I think there's, you know, that's the communication that I think would heal the world, is if everyone could just sit down and talk to each other, right? And be like, well, I absolutely disagree with you, but you know, it's the I disagree with what you're saying, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it, right? I think somehow that's been lost in the world that we live in. The mother had above-shoulder blonde hair and face wrinkly. She wore a green and light blue winter hat, same colored winter jacket and green loose sweatpants. Whereas the father, salt, pepper, and brown hair covered by a ushanka, detective-type long coat and a thick track pants. The two sat before the parents in their respective sofa chairs, Safe on the left and Brad on the right. So, Safe began, tone professional. What can we do for you? Please save our daughter, interrupted the mother, hands clasped together. She doesn't have it in her to kill. Some parents don't know their kids, but hey, you know, they're gonna come to the defense, right? Obviously. Daughter is the client. Noted. Safe crossed his arms. Well, that explains everything. May I have her name for when we'll meet, and context to her arrest? The father nodded. It happened in the Occasional Death Cafe. Wait, isn't that the same place? Wait, Ozzy, isn't that the same place? In yonder plaza. She got accused of shooting someone. Wait, is it the same guy? Did the same guy, because the guy who originally shot, who was blamed for, this is Starbucks in my universe. Oh, okay. But is this like the same guy who shot up the same thing that got away in the first one, or is this just like the same incident repeating? Because it's like, obviously the Pawn Occasional Death Cafe. He sighed, gaze lowering. Inosa Golovna is her name. Occasional Death Cafe. She shot someone. What? Saif closed his eyes. I see. Our price is $38,500. You may pay 20% now and the rest after the trial. Hearing the price, the parents' eyes widened. That low? Father's voice raised in shock. Will you even do a great job with that price? Asked the mother. I scratched my chin in an obvious way, saying without saying the obvious. What? 38k rubles. Rubles? Okay. Yeah, I don't know currency images, right? I know yen, I know dollar signs. What the fuck is the Chinese one called though? I know like there's like a slight difference between Chinese and Japanese. Won. Yes, won. Yen and won. There you go. But the images are both like a Y of some kind, right? Another one has like 2 lines or something like that, and a line going down the side. At least I think, to my memory. Oh no, Chief. Maybe we should have set a higher price. I do not recall. Your concern is understandable. This is the problem. People think that higher price is better, which is a complete understatement, and that's why, you know, the most expensive things like are priced that way, because people will think, well, it's the most expensive, it's the best. And then when people learn that, they used to abuse it. So you get the cheapest, most crap stuff is the most expensive, and people will buy it because it's expensive. Not a terribly good look for consumerism. Concern is understandable. Safe's eyes opened, gaze shifting between the two. If you find my service unsatisfactory, that is failing to prove your innocence, or bail will be paid in full from my wallet. Ooh, an insurance off the top. I like it. Okay. Yeah. You know. Your first $8,000 are on us! 4,000% increase in interest in the fine print. Parents looked at each other, engaging in whispered conversation. The mother squeezed the father's hands. He seems professional enough. Seems. I don't know about that. Don't be like that, letting stress cloud your judgment. I see him as capable. You do? The man has an air of experience. Boy on the left, though, doesn't. The father's head lowered, eyes closed as he made his decision. Okay. He met her gaze. You're always correct about this, so let's do this. The two turned to the lawyers. We accept. Good. Safe smiled, hidden by the keffiyeh wrapped around his face. Pleasure doing business. Money was paid. All stood from their seats. Saif and the father shaking hands. I hope we meet after your daughter's free, Saif said with professional firmness, like his grip. Yeah, I hope so. Saif gave a nod. Freed his grip. Saying their farewells, the parents left, leaving the two behind. I like the interaction. It's like the cautiousness of it, the way that it's like, you know, they're desperate, but, you know, they have their own, like, context for it. But nothing has actually been said about the actual incident itself. Right? Yeah. Captured that correctly. Egg salad. Sounds about right. You know what? Brad. Oh, fucking ads! God. Yeah, I'm mad! Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss, grab a drink. Then we shall continue! You should have a punching bag. That's okay. Glad to support. The ad sticker and punch the shit out of it. Ad block. Huh. Huh. And just like have like a sequence of like beating the shit out of an ad? Yeah, that would be kind of funny. I like the idea of that. I like the idea of that. It's okay. Glad to support. Fuck yeah, let's go. Take your anger out on it. Is that like, yeah. Get out of my way, interrupting my dream. It's not fair. They take advantage of me. It's always at the worst possible timing, too. Or a funny scene, the anime fight. An AI anime fight where it's like all fucked up. Something like Goku versus Luffy or something like that. Naruto versus Ichigo. Midoriya versus, fuck, what's his name? can only ever remember his last name. Komodo. Fucking Demon Slayer. Tanjiro. Yeah. With my face, and then the ad sticker on the other side? Dude, yes. Dude, that would be an amazing cut. AI anime fight scene with you in a punching bag. 3, 2, 1, toke. I remember. I wonder actually if I can find this. I wonder if I can find this. No. But anyway, so it's like, so Quinn, when Diablo 4 came out, I've missed all 4 cues. LMAO. They happen so fast. They're like quick time events in video games. You gotta like pick up on that shit quick, right? But basically it's like he DCs in D4, and then he logs back in and he's dead. And in the background, he has, like, his gym equipment and stuff, and he's got a punching bag with, if you know Path of Exile, fuck, what's his name? The Einar? Einar's face on it. And he just goes ham bullshit crazy on the punching bag, because he's just like, he fucking lost his character to a disconnect. D4 fucking bad. Now he has a D4 bad tattoo on his arm. Poor Quinn. Gone before I can even What is this? Sure you're not a bot? What is this? I don't think I'll ever get used to the fact these people really just talk like no thoughts. This? Fat Israeli was traumatized. Well, the IDF... in the IDF because a Palestine child called him fat. Well, I mean, if you're in the military and you look like that, I'd call you fucking fat. You're in the military? But then again, the IDF is conscription, right? Like, you have to serve in the IDF. It's compulsory military, just like South Korea. So, like... Now that's a heavy gunner, bro's working out. I'm just saying, like... Because a child called him fat. Embarrassing. Well, that's good for him. If a child called him fat, this is why I want to bring back public shaming. Because a guy called him fat, and now he got his life together, went to the gym, and became buff as fuck. If that kid wasn't allowed to shame him in public, he never would have, felt that embarrassment enough to go to the gym. The country he's trying to occupy. Yeah, I mean, if you were taking over a place and the little village kid comes up to you and calls you fat, if I was like a crusader and I was like, doing my thing and some kid called me fat and I really was like fat like that, like, I ain't fat, guys. Like, I ain't fat, right? So it's like, first, I'd kill him. Workout. Don't talk to me like that, you little shit! Just unload a clip in him. Oh, God. Guys, we laugh because it's fiction. It's not true. We're not actually advocating for that. The fact that it's funny is the fact that it's not true. It's fictional. It's the world we live in. Just the idea behind it, inside of it, It's like, oh, well, it's not funny to mow down children. Well, you know, maybe in some context inside of, like, a story where there's no stakes on it, you could definitely make that argument, right? I mean, it's like I say, the reason why I'll never be a big streamer is because I talk about taboo subjects. I'm extremely abrasive, divisive, over the top. I just say whatever the fuck I want. I don't give a shit. Yeah, and people tend not to like that. Especially in the creative space, because they're used to being in, like, a comfy, safe space. This is the opposite of a safe space, right? You come here to get away from the safe space. This is where you can just unload all of your shit and no one cares. It's like the zone, the PvP zone everyone goes to unleash their rage. I was about to say that, yeah. But it is constantly annoying having to tiptoe over eggshells when you meet a new creator because you don't want to, like, fucking hurt their feelings or some shit. You know? And like, I do that because I raid out into new people, and I'm like, I don't want to just go in there and be like, sup, retard, fuck you, how's it going, how's your day? Right? I feel like immediately, like, amping up to that level is not a smart way to begin an interaction with people, right? Like, you want to start here, and as you get more comfortable with the person and you learn what the person's, like, boundaries are, you start to slowly push those boundaries until you hit a boundary line where they say, okay, you crossed a line, and then you mark that as the line that you don't cross anymore. Like, that's how I interact with people. Blessed! Yo, what's up? Can I get a what? Yo, what's up? How you doing, Blessed, my man? What's good? How's your day? Good, sir? Good to see ya. We're just reading Ozzy's story currently. Hey! 5-stream streak! Let's go, Blessed! Woo woo! Thank you guys, I appreciate it. I'm glad that I am creating content that you guys are willing to consume. And I hope the value level of that content is, you know, above average to high. That's my goal, to create above average to high value concept for your time, so that, you know, it's actually worth it to watch me. Which makes sense, right? Because why would you watch someone if you're not getting anything out of it? Whether it be entertainment, ideas, introspection, laughter, ridiculousness, or just simply someone to yell at you until you go to bed. Who the fuck knows? Indeed, it is above average to high. Thank you. Well, I try, Ozzy. I mean, we're 2 months away. Well, I mean, in a way, we're a month and a week away or so from 2-year anniversary of doing this, right? I think if you look back, like, for instance, like, we could, like, go back, and if we go like this, like, this is, I think, to me, one of the most potent, actually, let's just go here, one of the potent visualizations of, my shit. So this is what the stream used to be like. It's like the same kind of format, but it's definitely significantly evolved over the last 2 years. Especially when it comes to, like, writing, because I never started it as a writing channel. I started it as, like, just a gaming channel, and I just played old school RuneScape and whatever games came out, and I just chilled and did whatever. And then after, like, a year, I was like, I want to actually, like, you know, form the channel into something that's, like, what's a thing? And I was like, I gotta do writing, straight up. And then we just went right into writing, and we've just been, you know, doing our thing ever since. I'm good, borrowed neighbor's can opener and opened a bunch of cans, paired with a hopeful food bank visit tomorrow, and my mom paying for a few days of food on the 3rd, and my SNAP benefits loading on the 8th. I should make it. Fuck yeah, let's go, Blessed. No days of going without food. I believe in you, my man. You got this. Let's go. Any job prospects, though? Or is like, too early for that? Or is that not part of the, like, the thing? Because it's like, oh, if you do the job, you don't get the benefits, then you lose more money because you don't have the job. And it's like, it's kind of a worse idea, right? You know what? Brad looked closer, looked at the closed door. That went pretty well. Iffy at the beginning, but we got there. Scythe turned to Brad with a raised eyebrow. Do you see me as incompetent, student? No, I just, hadn't been in the car with you to see, treacherous, paths you took in your legal career. After a pause, Safe scoffed. Good excuse. Come on. He lightly tapped Brad's chest with the back of his hand. Let's take our essentials, i.e. a single USB, and let's go. I'm disabled, just waiting for the government to appoint benefits. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. What about, what do you call it? Your game development. Did you, or like, you still doing that? Or like you waiting on that? Because I remember it was like, you had a plan for it, but I don't know where that falls down in the plan, right? A single USB, that's it? Yup, that's it. Huh. How'd you know what I thought? Because I possess the title and position of master. Safe left the blinking Brad to his place, retrieving the USB for their leave. In real life? How? Alright. No game dev. I'm posting gameplay videos as a hobby. Right. Damn! Women can't find sports teams or bands without their boyfriends showing them, and Amelia Earhart fucking crashed. Women can't really discover anything. Ahab! Oh my god, I love it. Welcome, bro. What's up? What you got? What you doing? It's all women's fault! Oh my god, what an entrance, what an entrant. He's just making it, he's just memeing. Ozzy, he's just memeing. We're just fucking memeing. Yeah, I just thought it was funny. That's what I said earlier, Ahab, because it was like, the woman was doing this thing, and I was like, it's always women's fault. I'm like, look back at Eve, man! She was the original one! See, we have dark humor, and we just laugh at things because we know they're not true. We laugh at them because the idea and the concept is so ridiculous that who would ever think that way, right? To me, that's what makes it funny, is the fact that I know there's people out there that are stupid enough to actually, like, believe this as, like, a foundational, like, belief system that, like, carries weight with their decision making. To me, that is just like, oh god, the human race is fucking doomed. Humor about bigotry is based on, I think the way I look at it is like desensitization. The more you can talk about it and the more you can express it, the less you have to fear it, and the more that you can converse about it, and then the less that it becomes a thing, and then you become, you know, you just, whenever you find out someone's serious about it, you literally just, like, make a fool out of them in public and embarrass them at how ridiculous it is that they actually think that, right? I think that, and again, that comes back to, like, public shaming, right? I'm just being like, you're not serious, right? And it's like, oh yeah, I'm totally serious. You know, like, talk to, like, a fucking Chinese person about black people, right? I mean, like, someone that's actually from China, right? Like, you're, like, on average, you're not gonna get the best impression. But you could say the same thing about white liberals and them being like, voter ID is racist because black people are so dumb that they can't get voter ID. I'm like, bro, you realize that you're the racist one by saying that if you actually believe that black people are so dumb that they can't get voter ID, so that having voter ID is racist. I think that's just projection and, like, you know, you just fucking... That's like a Freudian slip almost. Like... White people... There are white people that are retarded to the point they can't get an ID. There are black people that are retarded to the point of getting an ID. There are black people that work at NASA. There are white people that work at NASA. You know? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? It's racist to hate crime because black people are too violent to stop killing people. No, it's just like the system doesn't hold black people accountable, so black people do more crime because they know they can get away with it. That's my hot take. It's the fact that they do it is because they know that they can get away with it. It has nothing to do with like anything else, right? But it is also like a cultural thing. Like I said, if you took everyone in the world and everyone was perfect and there was no poverty and everything had everything, would the rates of crime across all races be the same? And the answer is no. Because different cultures perceive things differently, right? And have different morals attached to different things. And there's also, like, what level of crime are we talking about? Are we talking about stealing a chocolate bar? Or are we talking about murdering a child? Right? And not being able to have an open discussion about that, to me, is what's creating, like, a resurgence of actual racism in the Western, like, hemisphere. Black people and women have too good a ratio of W's in court. And the GPA acceptance from college for, like, blacks is, like, 70%. Whereas Asians is like 6%. And even if that's a per capita, they have the same amount of GPA. If they have the same GPA and the same scores and the same everything, their acceptance rates should be equal across the board, but they're not. That says something, right? But then again, if you're all equally qualified, you should do like a rock, paper, scissors, in my opinion. Or you should like flip a coin, right? Or you should meet the people and feel the people that you vibe with and whether there's the personality or not. I think people take too much into consideration of that their personality shouldn't be a factor when it comes to their job. But I think your personality should be your main factor when it comes to your job. Should you be someone that's sitting at a desk and never touch the phone? Or should you be the person who's at the drive-thru window? Right? Like, your job and your personality have a correspondence that I think has been removed from our society. And it's looked at more as anyone can do any job no matter what. But you put that guy who hates talking to people at the drive-thru and you're not going to have a good experience. You put someone like me at the drive-thru, you're going to have an even worse experience because I'm going to be talking people's heads off, right? You need someone who's like polite, forward, and can have like a short weather conversation. Not someone like me who's going to be like, yo, so what do you think about quantum mechanics? Right? Like, I'm not I'm talkative and I like people and stuff and I'm good forward, but I'm not someone you want to put in a drive-thru because I'm just going to hold people up talking to people. And we're going to have 100 people lined up at the back and they're going to be like, Scott, shut the fuck up and put the orders out. God damn it. Jesus Christ, bro. This is the third time in the last hour. This isn't even a rush. I'm fucking retarded. I've never worked at a drive-thru or like fast food restaurant, but I've worked in a kitchen. I've mainly worked in a kitchen, other than being electrical or working at a mill or being a gutter cleaner and other shit. But yeah, most of my jobs were in kitchens. It's fucking brutal. At least you know how to talk to people. Or like the people you're talking to are like people you want to talk to, right? So I'm talking a real 500-man army. If you're a pedo, to be found innocent, you must fight an army of 10-year-olds. Wait. Yeah, okay. I had to do both kitchen and customer service at the same time. I did that for a bit. where I would you know, I did day shift with my brother on like Sundays. So it's like and there'd be like maybe 3 people come into the store during my shift, and I'd have to like go to the front and deal with them. But that's totally fine, right? 3 people in an 8-hour shift, and I can talk on the phone. Everyone calls me ma'am on the phone, cause how I sound. Yeah, boy. I mean, what? One restaurant where I was just kitchen. A lot of hard drugs in the business. Oh yeah, you know, like our Pizza Hut was like the known spot where the managers of the Pizza Hut and the Domino's would like, the Pizza Hut sold weed, the Domino's sold fucking coke. And it was like they were like on opposite sides, so it's like you'd have like homeless people and junkies like wandering around on either side of the fucking parking lot trying to get drugs. And everyone fucking knew it. But it is what it is. So, I used to sell flour out the Papa John's. Nice, Cannon. My like female best friend was my dealer before weed became legal in Canada. And now I can buy government fucking weed. Let's go. Government. What do you trust more? Government weed or drug dealer weed? I don't know. All of my drug dealers have always been like my friends. Because my friends' parents or like someone they know like grows. Because they all have like farms and shit like that. But yeah. I served in it. Souffle cups. Souffle cups. Oh, that's so cool. That's inventive. I mentioned the Republican town by me as no homeless people or junkies, and it makes Democrats so fucking mad here. Oh, I believe it, Ahab. Drug dealers. I don't do drugs. I just smoke weed. I know if I did coke or I did any other drug, I'd be on the side of the road smoking, like, sucking dick on the side of the road for drugs. You know? Like, I know I have an addictive personality, I'm retarded, and I will do anything to get that fucking high. So, yeah, no. We're never going near that shit. Only reason I smoke weed is because my parents were like, live a little on my 19th birthday and handed me a joint. Because, like, my parents literally smoked with, like, all of my friends. And they were like, dude, you need to get in on this shit. Because, like, I didn't smoke. One told me it's because the Republicans have the money. I love how people think money will solve homelessness. People are homeless. Like, a lot of homeless people are homeless because they choose to be homeless. People don't understand that they don't trust the government, they don't trust people, they may not even be, like, mentally ill, they just had experiences in their lives that have fucked them over to the point they're like, I'm never trusting the system again, I'm gonna survive on my own, I'm gonna do whatever I have to, I'm gonna live like, it's the fucking, you know, 2000 BC, and I'm just a wandering tribe trying to survive. I was stored at 100,000 sitting in storage because the previous GM used to shoot up Ron while delivering inventory. Damn, just sitting in the back, just like fucking... Fuck, man, I can just see it. It's like, I saw this, you know, like 4chan post. It's like, go to work, super hungover, go into the closet, set alarm for 20 minutes, fall asleep, wake up 10 hours later, slept through the alarm. As I'm leaving, boss comes up, says, hey, Annan, thanks for staying late. Really appreciate it, man. We'll see you tomorrow. W. Getting paid to sleep in a closet. Oh my god. So true. Exactly like that. And then carrying all sorts of extra zeros. LMAO. Or Newsom with his big new mansion. Exactly. Renting out 4K a month apartments in cities. Then so scary. Hey, Citation Chat. Yo, what's up, Ebola? What you doing? What you at? What you got? How's your day going today, Ebola? Oh, Smokey. No, you don't. Smokey, you came on early just because you know it was a short day today, and it's only going to be like a 5-hour stream, and you're like, I gotta get in here and fuck with him at the end of the day. Fuck you, Smokey. How are you? I'm doing fantastic, Abulia. We're having a great day today. We're just talking about shit. I think we're gonna end Ozzy's reading here, but I'm wondering, Canon, do you have anything that you want me to read? Any poems? Any, you know, short stories? Any story that you want? Any work that you have? An excerpt of any kind? An idea? I would love to see it. Glad to hear it. Fuck yeah, I do. Smokey, this is Smokey's story, guy. I'm gonna show you Smokey's story. Wait, what the fuck? Did the TTS break? Why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? God damn it, TTS broke. Fuck! Fuck! Of all the days, of all the times. Hold on, let me fix this. God damn it, nothing ever goes right. Now our voice is gonna be all fucked up, isn't it? So this is Smokey's story.
I farted. I tasked it. Tacos Tomorrow. Finn.
Oh, spelling mistakes and all. What a great story, Smokey. Absolutely love it. Anthony Fantano is an annoying nerd. Again, I'm Canadian. I don't really know names. Who the fuck is Anthony Fantano? A new man. What is this? Is this yours, Blessed? Is this what you were talking about? Past and future?
This station, in conjunction with other airwave announcements, will conduct this exact test without prejudice under the jurisprudence of the soul, the mind, the body, the positive.
Dude, this will be good music for the makeup stream. Ads. Ads. Fucking ads. Dude. Okay, Smokey, we gotta use this. Or sorry, not Smokey. Blessed. Trap makeup. Trap. Okay, we gotta have some trap makeup music because I'm always trying to find new music for the makeup streams because we like to have, like, you know, that sexy club beat music in the background. But we don't want anything that's like copyright or anything, so the VOD gets muted. We continuing from the detention center tomorrow. Yeah, so what I was gonna do is I was gonna go like this, and I was gonna try and just do this, and I was gonna drop this into Scrivener, and for you, I was gonna put it, and that way we could just take this and copy and paste it straight into, like, we could go like, you know, for fuck's sakes. Boop, and we could just take this, and we can go like this, and we can go like this, and boom, we are instantly back. Whoops. Back exactly where we were. So that's where we can pick up tomorrow. Working with them all my life has shown me one thing: Mexicans love racism. But are they truly racist, or are they just making jokes? Which is the truth, right? Do they really believe that the other races are inferior to them, that they're better than them, that the other race is 1488? Exactly, Smokey. You can say it all you want, but it don't mean shit, bro. Thank you. No worries, Ozzy. It's all good. Yeah, if anyone has any work that they would love to present, we're gonna chill for probably like half an hour or so, do some tokes. We'll talk about some shit, maybe do some brainstorming, maybe watch a PBS space-time video, but this is, today is very much a shorter stream because tomorrow is D&D plus the PoE 2 release, so tomorrow's stream hopefully is going to be like 12 to 15 hours, and we're going to go fucking hard as shit on, PoE 2, and we're going to try and get from all the way to end game. We're gonna try and get through all 4 of the acts in like 9 hours. Fuck, I work tomorrow. Fuck. No, Smokey, tomorrow I'm only allocating 4 hours for reading. At the 4-hour mark, we're playing fucking PoE, bro. The second you show up, Smokey, we're playing fucking PoE. So you better be here same time tomorrow. Ready to fucking go. And I'm gonna tell you now, Smokey, I'm not gonna be a retarded nerd. I'm gonna actually play the fucking game, and I'm not gonna piss you off. I'm gonna try to be funny, but I'm not gonna be retarded like I was last time, okay? I promise. Unless it updates after 9 p.m. What would literally be this time right now, Ahab, that we would be like preparing to start to play Path of Exile. Yeah, until you are a retarded nerd. Sometimes I can't help myself, okay, Smokey? But I'm saying right now, you can hold me accountable to it, because I'm telling you right now, I'm not gonna do it. So if I do it, right, you can hold me accountable, right? So, it is what it is. I believe. Ooh, that's when I get home. Exactly, Ahab, so you can be just in time. And if anyone else wants to play with us, if anyone wants to play Path of Exile 2 for the new league that will be released tomorrow, feel free to join up with us. Yeah. But I'm going to take a toke. And unless anyone has any other topics of discussion, let's watch a PBS video on, I'm not sure which one, wormholes, or there was something else. Was it like data storage? I don't remember. 3, 2, 1, toke! Toke biddies! Thank you for the biddies! Appreciate you, Abolia.
3+1, toke.
Wormholes versus worm pussies. True. See what PBS has in store for us.
I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien. Not an alien.
You're welcome. Don't worry, it's always appreciated. Oh, is there a new Veritasium video? Hold on.
I doubt that. Would you believe I'm
No.
Samson's long-lost son? If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily. I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass. Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Okay, so black holes ended in singularities or galaxies that are too old for the universe. What do you guys want to watch? This feels like some Final Fantasy level music. Smokey, play us some Konoha. Play us some Konoha, Smokey. Throw us like some Konoha spam. Why are you being so quiet back there, bro? 3, 2, 1, toke! I guess we'll go in order, and we'll do galaxies that are too old for the universe.
We'd like to thank Opera for supporting PBS, and you can learn more about them at the end of our episode. The James Webb Space Telescope has found galaxies that are too ancient looking for the young universe in which they were found.
I don't know, now, Angela Benedict is saying in her videos, but I will say she has 2 fantastic talking points. Wait, wait. No, I think I'm thinking of a different Angela. I'm thinking of Angela Collier. I don't think I know Angela Benedict. I think it's Angela Collier, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm not subscribed on this channel. Yeah. We watch some of her videos. But I don't know who is Angela Benedict. Oh, is this that goth girl you were talking about? Here I am talking about science and, like, physics and stuff like that, and here you are talking about goth baddies.
I've heard that, but
I fucking love it.
keeps finding them, and our recent efforts to solve this conundrum point in wildly different directions.
All right, Matt, give it
Have
to
we
us.
found galaxies older than the universe itself, or did we
This
just
is
learn
related to
something
physics.
incredible about how galaxies form?
I just think it's funny.
Before we get started, a couple of quick announcements. First, we
You don't expect that goth chick to be, like,
commenting.
informative,
It really does
right?
help get the episode.
I mean, it's just a
shared.
stereotype,
So,
but it's true.
Please do both of those things. And we've also learned that the number one reason that people support us on Patreon isn't actually the perks. It's simply to
If I imagine her
support the
jogging,
Space
that
Time
involves
community and
physics.
the work that we do. So, for those of you who do support, thank you so much. But don't get me wrong, there are perks, and they're good. There's a link in the description if you'd like to join. This really would be a huge help. Next up,
If only
today's
I
episode
didn't
is part
spend
of
money,
PBS
but I just
Earth
don't
Month.
spend money.
PBS is celebrating
Is that
by
a
releasing
huge
ton of
shit?
great new episodes
Smokey, is that why you weren't
deep
spamming
into
Konoha
our
music?
amazing
Because you were
planet.
taking a shit?
In particular, you might
Why don't
enjoy
you take
the
your
latest
phone with
episode
you?
of Be Smart,
Censored.
which explores
Smokey
the math,
meant cock.
science, and history
Oh,
of
I
the
just had a huge
internet.
cough.
flawed
Okay,
work of
Discord.
genius that
I
in
fixed
more ways than
two
one
case
changed the
2.
world. Links to that episode and the full
Okay.
Earth Month playlist
Correct.
also
I meant
in the
cock.
description.
All right.
Next up, we're excited to announce our third celebration of a galaxy far, far away with our return of the geodesic merch. Because whether you're following a geodesic on a closed universe or reliving your favorite saga, you'll always know where you'll end up. And now until May the 4th, there's 10% off the whole merch store, with special deals if you
This is
combine
an
your
old
order
video.
with previous May the 4th
Show
merch.
feet!
Now, onto the episode.
Smokey,
Telescopes
I'll show
are time
feet for
machines.
1,000
Light
kicks.
takes time to reach
Dark
us,
mode
so we
now,
see distant
so you
objects
don't
as
have
they
to go to
were
that
when
website.
their
Oh,
light
okay,
began
cool.
its
Thanks,
earthly
Ozzy.
journey.
Appreciate that.
As our telescopes become more powerful, they see further.
Not
and
worth
so
it. Well,
more and more of the past
I mean, that's
becomes
your
accessible
prerogative,
to
right?
us. The James Webb Space Telescope is one of the most powerful time machines ever built. It's powerful enough that it's discovered galaxies whose light has been traveling to us since the universe was just a little over 2% of its current age. The universe back then should look different, right? Those galaxies should look different.
Pay me.
After all, this is when
The
galaxies
feet
first
aren't
started to
free,
grow.
okay?
When
Mork
they
Pie
should have
got
been
banned for
vigorously
showing her
forming
feet.
many of their stars.
So,
They should look like
you know, I don't want to get banned
Yes.
unless it's worth the money.
Those types of galaxies probably are around back then, yet JWST has also seen much more developed adult galaxies, some of which look way too big and way too ancient looking for a universe that's only
We
a
don't
few
know
hundred
how the
million years
first
old.
one's Mork Pie
Over the
without
past
makeup.
year or two, this mystery
You mean a
has
troll?
really
I
upside
mean,
rounds.
ah,
That included
what?
some
Isn't she like
breathless
30
speculation
now?
like the idea that the entire
Didn't
Big
she
Bang
age
model
out
was
like
wrong.
5 years
If
ago?
there are ancient galaxies,
I mean, I love her as a
13 or
goth
so billion years ago,
mommy,
then how
don't
can
get
the
me
universe
wrong,
only be
but
13
like,
and a half billion years
you
old?
know,
So far, we have not weighed
she
in
ain't
on this
23
conundrum.
anymore,
Now,
right?
Many others have done a fantastic
She's been like
job
23
laying
for
it
like
out and
7
debunking some of the
years.
foolishness.
I
Dr.
like
Becky
the
in
shape of her
particular was on
face.
top of
Not
the
gonna lie,
progress
I like
as new
that
data came in
that
from
like
JWST.
caved in, odd,
So why should we
squarish.
cover it
I
now?
don't know why.
Well,
I
first,
just,
a lot
I
of
just,
you have
I think it's
asked
like
for
a
our
mix between
take,
that dog
and it's
male
time
and
to go on
female that's
record.
like makes it
Second,
attractive, right?
The evolution of this mystery
I don't
has
know
been quite
if
an
that's an
emotional
insult or not,
rollercoaster,
but hey, I find it
swinging from
attractive. So fuck
unsolvable
you.
to solved,
3, 2, 1,
and
tote.
now there's new work that swings back in the direction of WTF. So let's talk about the current status of the early galaxy conundrum. And before that, let's talk a bit more about what we actually expect the early universe galaxies
Wait, she's
to
given
look
fake
like.
false rape accusations, or are you
Galaxies
just saying
pull
that,
themselves
Ahab?
together from
I don't know if
density
that's like
fluctuations in
if
the
she's
very
done
early
that.
universe.
Unlike,
What we
like,
see
you know, maybe
is
like
the
Amaranth,
dappling
for
of
instance.
the
We don't know
cosmic
what the
microwave
situation with her
background.
husband is.
The CMB reveals regions.
The fact he's not in
with
jail
tiny
says
excesses
something,
of
right?
matter, hydrogen gas, but more importantly, dark
It's all
matter,
for show. It's
which
all to get
outweighs the gas
clout.
by a factor of at
It's
least 5.
all to
As
improve the
dark matter
business.
pulled itself together by gravity,
And that's why
it
she
pulled
spent
the
one
gas
day with
in
her
with
tits
it.
not out, and then
as
she
that
lost
gas
money and
compacted,
went
the
back
first
with her
stars
tits
were
out.
also born.
Because she wants the money.
These
Being
very
hyperbolic,
early
but she did try to
galaxies
cancel the
must
guy.
have
Oh,
started small, But with
Didn't know that,
crazy
Ahab.
star
I don't
formation
actually
due to the
watch her. I
enormous
just know of
abundance
her.
of gas at
I'm
the
gonna head out.
time.
All right, sounds good, Ozzy.
As
Have a
those
great day,
galaxies
good
continue
sir.
to grow,
We'll see
they
you in the
collide
next
and
one,
merge,
good
and
sir.
eventually
Enjoy
build
the rest
themselves
of
into
your
the
night,
mature
my
galaxies
man.
that
Thanks
we
for
see today.
sharing your work. I'm thoroughly
We think we
enjoying it so
understand this
far.
stuff pretty
Loving
well,
the
at least we
connections of the
thought we did.
characters, building up all of
Between
that
the
stuff.
precise
You know,
CMB
excited to
measurements
see
and our
where
theoretical
it's going to
understanding
go
of
with the
gravity,
same kind of
star
idea.
formation,
Again,
etc.,
I'm predicting
our
it's the same
computer
person.
simulations
And he's
allow
come
us to
across,
explore
and
the
it's all
possible growth
connected in
scenarios
some
for
way, and it's all
galaxies.
going to lead back to
We can predict,
Brad.
for example,
So we'll see
that
where it goes.
early
I'm super
galaxies
excited.
should
So,
have been forming stars
take
like
care of
crazy
yourself, brother.
due to the enormous amount of raw material, the hydrogen gas, around back then. One thing that should be even more robust as a prediction is the size
You
of
too. Thank
dark
you, good sir.
matter
Always
halos.
appreciate it.
These are the giant pools of dark matter that encompass all galaxies and hold them together. Because dark matter should not be strongly affected by the complicated behavior of the gas in the stars, we have high confidence in our understanding of how those halos grew over time, or at least we thought we did. One very clear prediction of this whole model is that a lot of this
I'm
halo growth should
gay!
have happened in the first 10% of the universe's age. In that
Fuck!
first
No, I'm not.
1.5
I'm
billion years since the Big
99%.
Bang,
I'm not even 100%
there
gay.
should have been essentially no
Not
very large
even
halos, and so no very
100%
large
gay?
galaxies. And
What?
that's what the theory and the simulation say.
That's not.
But to
Oh,
check these,
fuck,
we
man.
need
Dude, you're
powerful
double my
telescopes,
gay.
telescopes.
Fuck.
Now, as our telescopes got bigger and our cameras got more sensitive, we were finally able to
I mean, I'm not a
probe
bottom
early
anymore?
enough times
Fuck.
to properly test our models of halo growth.
Okay, there
And
you
this
go,
is where the problem
Smokey.
started.
Now we're talking.
Around
Okay.
15,
Hold on.
16
What's
years
my
ago, when
my
our
gay on
high
kit?
redshift galaxy surveys, aka
Okay, that's
really
much
far away
better.
galaxy
500. It's
surveys,
not that bad.
finally
500
reached
is not
these
that bad.
distances, we got some answers.
Damn, Ahab.
And those surveys
He's got the
started seeing a few
numbers.
cases
You guys
of what
are
looked like
gay.
giant halos
Dude,
at
I was just
earlier
talking
and
about
earlier
tits.
times. And also the hint of overly red galaxies in the
Yeah, you're not
universe.
exactly Ahab. You're not
Galaxies that
1,000%
are
gay. You're only
actively forming new
790%.
should be bright
Right?
at short
You can
wavelengths
appreciate a good
because
set
they
of
have
tits,
lots of
even though you're
giant,
gay, right?
short-lived stars. They are relatively blue in color.
Just
compared
vaginas
to
are a
older
little
galaxies. And
weird,
older galaxies
right?
that are no longer
I don't
so
know.
actively forming stars should look
Little
redder
iffy there.
because the short-lived blue stars have exploded already.
I mean, what?
Those earlier surveys didn't reveal anything crazy yet, just a handful of cases where galaxies look too big and or too evolved compared to what was expected from our
See,
models.
and that's a good thing, because if
In
our models
2018,
aren't
Charles
right, then we know
Steinhardt
something is
and
wrong.
team
10 points away from
articulated
scatting.
this emerging tension
Fuck
in
yeah,
their
let's go.
paper,
I'd say
the
vaginas are
impossibly
almost better.
early galaxy problem. But impossible things are impossible. It's right there in the name.
I don't know.
So
There's
several
just as many
not
variations of
impossible
vaginas
explanations
as there
for
are
these galaxies
dicks,
were devised.
right? Like, they come in all shapes and sizes and all kinds of things and stuff and be and what's, right?
I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man.
Problem with chair dance, Smokies, half the time I can't hear the fucking music to even dance to it. Hell, this should be fucking chair dance, right? But hey, it's totally different chair dance.
Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician reasons who would try to cheat diseases if they could? The state of the condition.
We should gaslight women into thinking men like blowjobs, not because they feel good, because it stops them from talking. Ahab, you are 500 fucking IQ, bro. That's triple head right there. I mean, 17 head right there. Nobody ever gets...
check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all ask out the meaning of scat. Well, I'm the professor, and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man.
Nuclear!
Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom.
Where's the scat
Another
man? I'm a scat man. Repeat after me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. I'm the scat man. Sing along with me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. Yeah, I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man. I'm the scat man.
You're scatting the wrong way.
For one,
For sure.
we
Why
don't
is your
really
body
see
not in the air?
overly large dark matter halos directly. We only see the starlight, and then we use that starlight to infer the
Absolutely,
mass of the
Smokey.
stars
So
and then
true.
the mass
So
of the halos
true,
that
bro.
contain them.
So fucking
But
true.
that step requires assumptions.
3, 2,
And
1,
if any of the
top.
assumptions are wrong, then perhaps we got the wrong halo mass. And the redness of the galaxies that suggests an old stellar population could be due to other things. And there are several other issues with these inferences besides, and I'll come back to possible solutions in a bit. But even
I'm a scat man.
Good girl.
I'm a scat man. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters, but does never stutter in the sense. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now, that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man.
You found a scat man, buddy! Oh, fuck yeah, Smokey. Oh, fuck yeah. This is gonna be a good time. This is gonna be a good fucking time.
The state of the condition insults my intuition, and it only makes me crazy and a heart like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back.
Wait, my name isn't Rehab. No. I'm pretty sure Smokey was just making a fucking joke. It's not Rehab, it's Ahab. Captain Ahab. Call me Ishmael.
I'm the scat man.
You've taken all my energy, guys. You've taken all of my energy. I know we're only 4 hours into the stream, but the whole point was to have a slow stream today. Smokey doesn't make jokes. No, Smokey is a joke. That's why everything he says is funny.
Where's
And Smokey is the one person here who's like not a creative, who's like stuck around, right? I don't know how I've kept Smokey's attention. Somehow I have. I think he just likes fucking with me. And that's what's kept him along so long, like around so long. I'm glad for that, right? I mean, I'm glad he's here. He's my like dedicated kick viewer. I love her you too, Smokey. Heart, 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 lover, lover to lover, bover. Bover, lover to dover, puver, okay? I guess I'm fairly creative. Well, I mean, Ahab, you do have some things, right? Right? Expression of yourself, right?
Even if the galaxies that were found in these ground-based surveys were really too old-looking and too big-looking...
I only come because he is gay.
We haven't quite broken all of astrophysics and cosmology yet.
So, Smokey, if you found out that I wasn't gay, you would leave?
We can potentially speed up galaxy evolution to...
Hate to burst your bubble, but I'm not gay.
By the time that the universe is 10% of its current age. What we'd really like to do
why I fuck your mom.
To look back even further in time to see if we can find the time when these galaxies were themselves growing. And that's what we did with the James
What if Scotty has a wife and 4 kids that you guys just don't know?
Was
I have like this entire side life is actually in Texas.
Extreme limits.
I have this whole fake persona built up so I don't dox myself.
It's also designed.
I mean, that's really smart, Ahab. That's really smart.
Part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Either that or like this is an entire set and I'm in like a fucking like you know those like sweatshops for like streamers where it's like they're like little cubicles and it's like a building where it has like 100 streamers in it and they're all like part of like a thing. It's like a streamer house but it's more like a factory.
They get stretched out. Their wavelengths lengthened. This is cosmological redshift.
It's actually
and
insanely
higher redshift means longer travel time and greater distance. For galaxies,
I have like a Confederate flag
converts visible
and like a
even
burned trans flag,
which is
just
why
chilling.
JWST is needed.
I'm like teaching my kids how to like use like
used similar methods to our
switch knives, so if anyone ever aggravates them, they can just instantly stab the guy and be like, "I didn't do anything wrong." What are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong. Remember, put a condom on the end of the blade. That way, no blood on the blade.
And then you can
high IQ shit, bro.
In each filter. We call this photometric imaging. We can learn a lot of stuff from the ratio
What do you mean
of filter
sus?
brightnesses, the so-called
Hey, I wasn't the one who came up with this
We
idea. My
discover
mind just
candidate
expanded
galaxies
it,
this way.
okay?
We make a crude estimate
Scotty
of the
gets up,
distance
the camera
because
follows
the
him out
color
the door and
ratio
strides
suggests
past Chinese kids
we
making shoot the license
constrain the
plates
stellar
in one
population,
group shot.
both the number of stars and the distribution of different types of stars. For example, the redder colors mean an older population with few massive stars. So what did JWST find? Well, first it confirmed the presence of overly massive and overly old-looking galaxies from the early studies.
The imagery on that is so
fucking
good. Oh
which is a
my
redshift
god.
of around 4. Now, a critical advantage of JWST is that it's sensitive.
Oh, you gotta capitalize on all fronts. You can't just have one thing. You gotta dominate all of the sectors. You know, we make shoes, we make pants, we make hats, we make license plates, we make plushies.
Is due to highly evolved stellar populations.
You age out at 10 and then we sell you off to the fucking okay. We're not gonna talk about that. You know, he lives in the darkest corner of the attic, right?
With these confirmations of old-looking early galaxies, researchers more broadly really
It's your
start to pay
window
attention.
again. I mean, it's dark
Media started to
outside,
pick
but
up on
like
this
you can't
when
see
JWST
anything.
pushed
But like,
to greater
so I remember
distances
Chinese
at
Walmart
earlier
put the
times.
employees into
Finding
tiny
these
living cubicles
Currently,
inside the Walmart.
the
Well, you know what's
earliest
funny,
candidate
Ahab? When I
giant
worked at
evolved
Walmart,
galaxy discovered
because
by
like I worked
JWST
there so
is at
often,
redshift of
everyone would be like,
7.3,
"Do you
which
ever
is
leave?"
5%
Because like
of
I
the
would
universe's
close,
age.
right? So I'd be
Now
there
it
until
seems we have a
close.
real conflict with our models of galaxy
And I'd be like, "No, actually, they
Dark matter
locked me in the
halos too
basement
large
after
and
my
stellar
shift.
populations to evolve
I don't leave the
for
premises."
the short amount of time.
It'd be like an
that they
ongoing
had to
joke
evolve.
that I just like tell
And this is
everyone that I
why
never
we
actually leave.
started
I just
to
go into the
hear some
basement.
hysterical
I just go into the
claims
back
that
room,
the
curl up
universe
on my
is
cot,
twice
and fall
as old as we
asleep.
thought,
You know,
or
pull up my
that the Big
phone,
Bang model
hope it's
is completely
charged.
overturned. It's not. And it
Come
isn't.
back for the next shift.
There's just so much independent corroboration of our model of an expanding 13 point
Scotty
something
breaks his
billion-year-old
window. It
universe.
only shatters and looks like a
Can't
broken
point to
phone
one
screen.
admittedly intriguing discrepancy.
That's
and
a
decide to
fucking glitch
throw
in the
baby
Matrix shit
universe
if I've
into the
ever
garbage.
imagined one, Ahab.
There are much more
Where
parsimonious
you're like looking at a window and you
explanations for our
shatter the window and then it's like it
improbable
zooms
early
out and
galaxies.
it's like
Let's
an
look at one
image
of
of
the
a
most
window
compelling.
on like a cell phone,
Remember that
and it's
when
like the
we
cell phone
calculated the
itself
masses
is
of
what
these
the screen
supposedly
shattered.
gigantic dark matter
Dude, that's
halos,
immediately where my mind went
based
with that
them
imagery.
on
That's
the
some
starlight
fucked
that we
up,
see,
like optical
and that requires an
illusion
understanding
shit,
of the
right?
relationship between
Takes the
these two
tape off
things,
his
the
eyes in the
starlight
mirror and his
dark
eyes
matter
return to
mass.
their natural
And
state.
that involves assumptions. Here's how that works. One assumption is that the halo mass is connected to the mass in stars, and that stellar mass is connected to the amount of light that we see in those stars.
I start wiping the
But
makeup
we
off
don't
of my
see
skin.
the light from all of those stars. Typically, the light we collect is dominated by the brightest stars in the galaxy. We then have to decide
Peel
on the
off my
relative numbers
beard.
of different types of stars so we can extrapolate from the observed starlight to the mass of the stars, see
Oh my
unseen.
god.
And there's another assumption. And yes, from then we can get to the halo mass.
I'm just imagining
Knowing
myself
the
walking into the
distribution
back
of
and
stellar masses
just
in a
like
galaxy
speaking
on the other side of the
Mandarin.
universe takes some guesswork. to
Like
say the
yelling
least.
at the kids like,
And maybe
you
the
think you
biggest
could slack
unknown
off just because I
is
was
something that we
streaming?
call the initial mass function. the
I was
IMF.
watching you on the
It tells
camera.
us the relative number of stars at
JJ, you're going out the
different
window
masses
this time.
that form when a burst of star formation happens. We typically use the IMF that's been measured for the Milky Way galaxy,
fuck.
sometimes with various refinements. But
Have
we
your
don't
fake
know
legs
that
in the
stars
back of
formed
your
with similar
nose.
mass distributions in the early universe, and they probably did.
At least you're
For
it's
example,
all
when there's
China,
less
man.
heavy elements around,
Yeah,
for
like
generation involved
completely
stars,
naked except for
it's
slippers.
easier to make really gigantic stars because gas clouds don't fragment as much when they collapse. That could give those early galaxies what we call a top-heavy
It's like
IMF.
so
it's more massive stars form
it's like
in
from
a
South
given
Park.
burst of star formation
Fucking
relative
what,
to
Mr.
happens
Wang
in
or
the
whatever,
Milky
the
Way.
fucking Chinese
And
guy
more
from
bright massive stars
you know,
mean
Shitty Walk.
that these galaxies would be overly bright for a given halo mass.
Oh
So
fuck!
if we're determining halo
God.
mass from the light of these massive stars,
Oh.
then we overestimate halo mass.
Some things are just
Such a
fucking
top
funny,
IMF
guys. Okay, all right, I gotta go to sleep. Y'all have a good night. All right, Cannon. Nice meeting you, man. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. Always good. Hopefully we inspired you, gave you some ideas, and hopefully we didn't scare you too fucking much. Remember, I stream every day at the same time, so we'll see you when we see you, man. Take care, brother.
A sample of galaxies.
Enjoy the rest of your
that are
night.
what those impossibly early galaxies became in this part
Fucking
of the universe.
ad. Fucking
And
ads.
because this sample is
Ew,
much closer to us, we
ads.
can detect the light of much fainter stars, and we
Ew,
can
the fuck
figure
Twitch,
out
1.3,
the
36
initial mass
second
function
ads.
down to much lower
What a
masses.
joke, Ahab.
And the result is
This is
bad.
bullshit,
This
right?
study
This is
found that the
bullshit. Where
IMF
do these
is
ads
actually
go?
bottom
True.
heavy in
Riot,
those
I
galaxies.
agree.
There are way more
Absolutely.
low-mass
Riot.
stars, little red
Riot,
dwarfs
I
and
mean
whatnot,
bot.
compared
Fuck!
to the Milky Way, for example. And definitely very bottom-heavy compared to what we think a top-heavy IMF might look like, the top-heavy IMF that was supposed to solve the problem of the impossible galaxies. And in fact, this bottom-heavy IMF worsens the problem. An excess of low-mass stars means that when we convert galaxy light to stellar mass, we underestimate that stellar mass and presumably underestimate its related dark matter halo mass. And that makes it even harder to figure out how those things grew so fast, so quick. Okay, so before we join our crazy uncle on the anti-Big Bang conspiracy Facebook group, some words of caution.
Oh,
We
guys,
don't
I
really
totally
know
forgot
whether
about that.
This new study really
I gotta
has
do that one
successfully
day. Take
identified
tinfoil
the
and put it on the
non-counterparts
inside of my
our
hat
impossible galaxies,
and do like
and
an
the authors
entire
admit that,
conspiracy
calling them
thing
likely
and then be like, don't
We
worry,
also
I'm
don't know
covered.
what
And then like
complicated
pull up my
interactions
hat and
these
it's like a
galaxies
tinfoil
could have
hat
had
underneath
in
my
the
hat.
intervening 13
We
billion
have
years
to do that
to
one
model
day.
the IMF.
That'd be
And we
fucking
also don't know that a
hilarious.
bottom-heavy IMF
Scotty, have you seen the
rules
trailer
out
for a
an
movie
IMF
called
that's
I
also
Love
top-heavy.
Boosters?
In
I
other
have
words,
not,
there could be an
Ahab.
overabundance of low-mass
I'm
stars
not quite
and
sure
of
about
high-mass
this. This
stars,
could be the name of
all
a porno.
compared to masses around
But
that
you know,
of
I never
the
know.
sun.
I don't. Sometimes I
And
just don't
it
trust
is
people. You
plausible
know,
to assume
literally a
an
movie
IMF
about them
like this
stealing.
that
You know
would
who?
still bring down those early halo masses. There are similar challenges in explaining the apparent redness of the early
Wait.
galaxies. The key here is that we need a way to
The
shut
Jews?
down star formation.
Wait, the Jews?
Much more quickly than we
Are we
thought
talking
likely.
about the Jews?
Perhaps the leading contender is quite awesome. Early quasars, supermassive black holes in the hearts
Black
of these
ladies.
galaxies,
I mean,
blasting out
black
radiation
ladies.
and winds that heats up and expels gas.
I'm
so
so
stars
confused,
stop
Ahab.
forming and
Just
the
realized it
population
sounded
can
like I meant
evolve quickly.
Jew.
We know that this sort of feedback from quasars happens, but now we need to understand why it's so extreme in the early universe. That
Guys,
involves
seriously, the
very
Jews
rapid
do it to
growth of
themselves,
supermassive
okay?
black holes,
I don't
yet another
believe
very
any
real
of it as
and
an
very
ethnic thing, but
interesting
they're not
problem.
doing themselves any fucking
The
favors.
most
I'll tell
likely
them that.
solution to all
And
of
I'm
this
not
is
even
that we're gonna
American. I'm
learn an
Canadian. So
enormous
we're more
amount
connected to
about
China
the
than we are,
surprising
like, you know,
processes
like
behind
America's connected
structure
to
growth, star formation,
Israel, like
black hole
Canada's like
seeding
connected to
growth,
China,
and
right?
who knows what else.
It's a movie about black lady
And once we figure it
empowerment
out,
by
the
stealing.
impossible early galaxies will
Wait,
become
so they're like, we're
more than
powerful and we're
possible.
awesome because
They'll
we're
become
stealing from the white
inevitable,
man?
a natural part of our updated understanding of our early
What a
space-time.
logic.
Thank you to
What
Opera
a
for supporting
fucking
PBS.
logic.
Opera offers a useful way to explore
I
complex
fucking
topics
just-
and the world
I don't
around
even
us.
know.
If your research
I
requires more
don't
tabs,
even
then
know.
Opera's tab islands and tab traces can help keep your tabs organized and visible. With tab islands, you can group your
Tab
tabs based on your
island?
theme, project or
Fuck
context
is
or
that? I have,
whatever
like, 12
organization
tabs
makes sense to you.
open, like, at all
Just hover over
times.
the island and
Yeah,
you can name them,
because the white
coordinate them by
man
color, and
be
expand
done
and collapse
stealing
as
already.
needed. And if you're the type to
We
keep
ask
30 or
them
more
dudes
tabs
give
open while
us
going
stuff,
down a
they
research
says,
rabbit
nah,
hole,
y'all
Tab
not
Traces
be
lets
what
you
us
track your
N-words
most recently
get,
used
yo.
tabs
So
with a
we
subtle
ask
visual
ourselves,
underscore.
we
The
go
darker the
do what
underscore,
says
the
do
more
what?
recently you
They
visited
said,
that
yeah,
tab.
you get it,
Opera's
girl, and the
split-screen
next thing we
feature
stole
is
milk.
designed to help users make
You
use
stole
of
milk?
screen
No,
space by
TVs,
letting
bro.
you
We don't
choose
need
from
milk.
vertical,
We got milk. We need
horizontal,
TVs.
or grid layouts. When
See,
you drag
I
the tabs
steal
downward,
because,
Opera
like, I'm a
splits the
bad
screen
person,
up to 4
right?
resizable
There's
ways.
no other reason. I
If
just
you'd
enjoy
like
it,
to try out all
right?
the features of the Opera
I just
browser,
don't like
there's a
spending
link in the
money, so I
description.
steal, right? I mean, it's totally fair, right? I pirate. I pirate every movie I watch, you know, because I don't think that I don't think it's worth, like, there's no convenient, easy way for me to get stuff, so I just pirate everything. Fuck it, it is what it is. So this is like an actual movie.
You fool, I'm glad we got our independence. Can you imagine me British? Eating tea and dunking crumpers? Wait. You fool, I'm glad we got our independence. Can you imagine me British? Eating tea and dunking crumpers? Wait.
Okay. Oh shit, I can't send the trailer. Why not? Is it one of those, because I'm Canadian, you can't watch this in your region fucking bullshit stuff? Is it one of those? Oh, you can. Yeah, send me the fucking trailer. I want to see this shit. And we're probably going to call it here, guys. We're going to take one more toke, you know? We're going to space out a little bit. We'll watch this bullshit stuff. And then we'll be heading to... Three, two, one, toke.
You know the egregious theft that's been happening at my stores. The boosters take my clothes because they're low-class urban bitches.
Chrissy Smith knows we exist.
Scotty Mexicans are our Indian guys in California. I feel ya. This
Triple
movie looks
Fashion
pretentious as
forward
shit.
Philanthropy. I know how to spell philanthropy. Branding, though.
Corvette, you're a raw ass, make it happen, hustler.
Give it to me. It's mine anyway.
In fashion, humanity is our canvas. But the Velvet Gang is reducing our margins. I can bob and weave.
This, guys, this was what makes me think that I can actually make money off of my writing and my ideas.
If she stole your design, we gotta
These
get it
people
back
are
to
so
that.
retarded, so stupid, they don't understand how to do fucking anything right.
We should coordinate.
I'm sure it's probably not actually about Black Lady City. It can't be. It totally absolutely is. It totally absolutely is.
It's not even that yellow in here anymore.
You okay?
It's time to get loose.
You boosters just take like you. We follow this plan to precision.
Their wig game is crazy.
Damn. I'm gonna need you to trust me. We have to make her cry.
Guys, this is everything that's wrong with society. This is everything that's wrong with society. Yo, what's up? What? Not much. We're literally ending the stream. Sorry, bro. It's a short day today, bro. We're recouping for tomorrow because we have a D&D session, plus it's PoE 2 tomorrow. That's the most Jewish-looking film I've seen. Yeah, like, they're pressing the goy. That's like the definition of goy slop. Like, oh, they're gonna eat this up. The goy are gonna eat this the fuck up, right? What is D&D? Dungeons and Dragons, but it's a Star Wars D&D. And tomorrow we are going to be collecting people for parts in human trafficking and turning them into biopacks and filling droids with stuff. I mean, what? I'm skipping that movie based on the director last movie. I just would never pay for something like that. Gay when you think about modern Star Wars. Yeah, but we're talking like this is like after the death of Palpatine. Like this is like 4 or 5 years after Return of the Jedi, right? That's like the time period that we're playing within. It's just a fun little campaign that we're having, you know, is what it is. Anyways, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We had a good day today. Thanks for being here. Thanks for, you know, being you. Thanks for never stopping being creative, never stopping to spread your imagination, you know. Never stop being your ideas. Wait, your ideas? Yes, be your ideas for sure. And as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you is good, but it has a what the fuck plot twist. I fucking hate what the fuck plot twists that aren't like set up properly, that are just like out of nowhere. And they're just like random. It's like, okay, well, I mean, yeah, sure, okay. Whatever, right? I mean, you just gotta do what you gotta do, right? Alright, who are we rating today? Where we going, what we doing, what we at, what we got, where we are going.
That's all, folks.
True, Smokey, true. It's a short day, but it is what it is, right? Right is what it is. Okay. Boop, 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 do, woo, foo, do. Sext me later, okay? Sounds good, Smokey. Will do, brother. Interesting. Okay. Get your views ready. We'll see you on the other side.
Oh, thank you for the follow, or thank you for the raid, Ito. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the raid and the follow. I don't know if I said raid or follow.
Alright, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.